Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It is time for the crossover. And Matt is here, but not Matt Josh, just Matt.
Yes.
Where's Josh?
I don't know. He's doing program director duties.
So many wires and cables and things of that nature.
I can't really hear you, and I don't like it.
Okay.
But I think I'm good now. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
That's good.
Doing okay.
I'm awesome.
Oh, it was because I have this toggle on my headphones that sometimes it like gets.
Because you have gaming headphones.
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get new headphones. I'm aware of that.
It's your headphones say Turtle Beach on them as if you're a 14-year-old playing Xbox.
I like them though. They're very comfortable. They fit around my head. You know, they're mine. They look. I like how they look. They're white camo. You know, they got the camo on the side. If you wanted to go
real pro, I think we've talked about something like this before. If you wanted to go real pro, you could get. They do this thing now where you can get molds. You get molds of your ears.
Really?
And you use them either as IFBs, like you could hide it a little bit more, or you could go all the way over the the cover of your ears, and then those are your earbuds / headphones forever, and then use them for everything.
Okay, but we can't see me now. Here, Joey. We put that there.
I was going to create a 3-shot, so I'm going to be included.
Oh, you're going to create a 3-shot.
Joey wants to be on the TV.
Okay,
I want to be on the TV.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Beautiful. I always thought, I don't know why I've thought this, that it's really cool when people have like the earbuds in their ears, but then they have the headphones over it.
Like, I've never seen that before.
Well, sometimes they do it like for broadcasting, but sometimes they do it in terms of before you could play music on your PlayStation, you would have to like plug your phone into something.
Well,
you play music in your ears and then you put the headphones over. And I always thought that was dope. I grew up I was watching Twitch streamers when I was like 13, 14, and 15 years old.
Crazy.
Like that's what, once again, this is like the common conversation of why doesn't Matt, know enough about movies according to some people. It's because I was watching different things.
I'm really happy that you came along, by the way, because you know nothing about any movies. I used to be the guy who knew nothing about any movies.
I know nothing about movies.
Now you know nothing about movies.
But I think it's also good for you too, because it's like you are established grown man Connor Happer,
It's weird.
It's like
I used to be you.
It's one of those things where
I used to be your little child, know nothing, little pissant. Connor Happer.
I'm
no,
okay.
You're not that.
Okay.
You're not that.
I was saying that like it's a little bit tougher to like to dog on you about it, because I don't know, you just have like
a big boy.
You have a grown man aura.
I'm a father.
I'm a tiny baby boy. It's very easy to make fun of Matt and be like, how have you never seen this movie?
I'll tell you what it is. And yes, part of it is about age.
Yes,
but then
I do set myself up for
it multiplies when you get older in the eyes of people when you A, get married, and then B, the final one is have a child.
Yeah.
When you get married and then you have a child, you are an adult after that. There's no doubt about it.
And I feel like there's a little bit of
you are a distinguished person. You have experienced things that only that only adults have experienced.
There definitely is a point where it's like I feel like at times, and this is not just you, this is just everybody who has an adult and who is an adult who has all the things that you have. I fear sometimes I make fun of them too much, they're going to be like, screw this guy. I don't want to hang out with this guy. Where it's with younger people who don't have those things. That's how you communicate with people. That's how I talk to people. I make fun of Joey a lot because that's just Joey and I are in the age range where it's like that's how we talk. Like we have to just
I make fun of
another.
Even when I was childless, I made fun of people with children all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
I was never worried about whether they weren't going to hang out with me anymore.
You and Schaefer are the people that I do make the jokes at, because it's hard to make jokes at John about it because his kids are so old now. They're like, they're almost adults. Like
John Bishop, famously a difficult guy to make fun of.
Well, no, I'm saying about those specific instances, I can't really make fun of. I sometimes make fun of you and Schaefer in terms of the fact that I can go out and do things and you can't anymore, which. There was did you see Josh's tweet yesterday?
I'm looking for a John Bishop drop somewhere on here. I'm remembering this there was John saying, we should have John saying 3 on here. Oh, maybe 3.
Horse crap.
There we go. Just horse crap. Anyway, sorry. What's Josh's tweet?
Josh's tweet was he found a tweet on Twitter that was like, people without kids, what are you doing from 5:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.?
What a question.
Like, that seems like a vacation
I gotta get off
for
this
you.
Anne Hathaway tweet.
Yeah,
quick.
no. She made some waves yesterday.
I did not know. I'm just seeing this for the first time.
Anne Hathaway?
No. This tweet about Anne Hathaway.
Oh, yeah.
This tweet dropped at 4:00 in the morning last night.
People are doing some crazy things, man. People have too much time on their hands. She's
so I'm going to Josh.
She's doing some big things at the Odyssey premiere for those who are on Twitter.
She's super hot. There's no doubt. All right, so the question in question. Children,
he tweets so much, by the way.
There are so many Josh Peterson tweets.
It should have been around.
People with no kids, what are y'all doing between 5:30 and 10 p.m.? Every day must feel like a vacation. Josh Peterson quote tweets it and says, I've been rewatching every Christopher Nolan movie, and I'm currently 700 plus pages into It by Stephen King.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I took a
now I could do these things if I tried. It would just take me a little bit longer, probably. But if I really wanted to dedicate all my extra time toward watching all the Christopher Nolan movies,
you feel like you could?
I could. Yeah. I mean, like I have some free time. I just have less.
I do think it would take you a lot longer, and because it takes you a lot longer, you'd be more willing to give up. Because Josh could do that. Josh could do that in a good 2 to 3 weeks.
See, with TV and movies though, I don't give up. I really don't. Because I hate
being that guy.
I just really don't like the direction that The Bear has gone.
Sure.
And I'm going to finish it today.
Yeah. You're just going to knock it all out.
No, I've watched almost the entire final season except for the last 2 episodes.
Okay.
So those last 2 episodes are going down tonight.
Do you just like to say that you finished it just to say I've watched every episode?
I just want to see where it ended up. Yeah, and then I could finally give a full
opinion.
Yeah.
The direction that The Bear went in became about fine dining restaurants as opposed to being, a sloppy redemption story about
the
Italian
direction
beef.
that The Bear went in was people staring off into space and close-up shots of leaves and cigarettes.
Did it become too artsy for you?
Nothing happens. All they do is think about.
Hey, we need a close up on nature.
The way that The Bear was pitched to me by people is, you're from that area, you eat that food. Wouldn't you like an ASMR of how that food is made?
It was a great show.
To which I responded, no, not really. If I wanted, I could just go anywhere, and I've seen it happen 37,000 times. I know what jardiniere looks like.
It was a great show. It was cool to learn a little bit about the dining industry and how things work behind the kitchens. But
that became a very annoying on Instagram in terms of all of the people who used to be in the dining industry being like, "Oh, you guys don't know. Now you're watching The Bear and you think it's cool. You don't know what it's really like."
The biggest thing from it that I think that I want to take into my daily life
is saying corner every time you walk.
It used to be that. It used to be corner or calling everyone chef. I used to call everyone chef. Now it is those plastic containers.
Yes.
I want the plastic containers
with the nice little masking tape that you put over it with a Sharpie and you just write there.
I want the plastic containers.
I couldn't agree with you more, because I'm all over cooking YouTube shorts.
Yeah.
Like being like that algorithm. I've always been in the food algorithm. I'll never get out of the food algorithm. There are people who are just YouTube short cooking people who do that. And they're like, yeah, I was in the restaurant industry, and this is just how I do it. It's second nature to me. And I think honestly, if I opened up your fridge and I saw plastic containers with little labels, this in terms of very niche ingredient, like pickled red onions, or spring, they
wouldn't get labeled, but I would.
If I opened up your fridge and I saw that, I'd be like, holy crap, I'm going to eat a great meal tonight.
So you know what I did the other day?
That's what restaurants do. They label everything.
I didn't get one of the plastic containers, but I did, for the first time in a long time, get a little handful of green onions and chopped them up. I put green onions in everything.
Yeah.
People should put green onions and stuff.
I always buy green onions, no joke. Anytime I go to the store, I buy green onions.
You want to have some green onions.
It's the crunch you get from it. And then what I do is I put green onions when I stir fry things, but then I'll put more green onions on top of it.
Absolutely.
And so I get the crunch of the green onion, but then I get the taste of the green onion in it. It's a great call by you. I bought kimchi yesterday.
Oh, nice.
And now I'm just putting kimchi in just everything.
Why not?
Because I'm
It's
really
like coleslaw.
I'm really into like Asian cuisine right now. Like almost everything I've been making the last month has been some sort of noodle or some sort of fried rice.
Nick Grimm just tuned in.
Seriously. Like I got the do you know David Chang, like his restaurant Momo Foku, like that is like they're now selling things at Target.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm like I bought the sweet chili sauce and the noodles, and like now I'm like stir frying. I bought kimchi yesterday.
Yeah.
And I've just been snacking on kimchi.
That's great.
I love it.
I
love it.
You're paying a big premium on that, but it's
you know what? It was only $5, and I was like, I'll take it for a whole jar of kimchi.
It should be like 4 cents.
It is just fermented cabbage.
So question here from Rob. I'm married, 46-year-old male.
Okay.
No kids.
Yeah.
Am I an adult?
Absolutely. Rob's an adult.
I think so too.
I
46. Think, yeah. So what is the age you have to be where you don't have kids to be
an adult
respected by
34?
34.
34.
I would say once you reach 30.
Once you reach 34, because if you're like 30 without kids, I'm still expecting when is it coming? Like I have a cousin who is 30. She does not have kids. I'm still kind of like, she's still Haley to me. She's still my big cousin Haley. Like we're still going out drinking, going to bars. When I go to Chicago, she invites me out. That's not very adulting. She just happens to have a full-time job and is married. Yeah. But she's still hey.
She still likes to party.
Exactly. But like once she gets a kid, then I'm going to be. But then if she were to reach 34,
it's like you're old and you suck now.
Kinda. Yeah, a little bit.
Because what happens is that the going out stuff, it just doesn't. It's very few and far between.
I have a cousin JJ. Okay, I love Jay. He's near his 40s.
He sucks now.
He's not married. Yeah. He does not have kids. And it's just like one of those things where it's like, okay, I think he's finally an adult, but he still likes to do he's not watching every Christopher Nolan movie and reading books. He's instead like traveling to Western Europe and partying. And there's a difference between that. There's a difference.
Okay.
The way that Josh you have to carry yourself a certain way.
All right. Yeah. Because when you see it type of thing.
Because Josh does carry himself and like, yeah, Josh is very much an adult.
If you saw Josh, you would respect him.
Peterson?
Yeah.
Of course. Okay. Yes. Right. I respect Josh Peterson.
I'm just saying.
But if you are over 40 and if you're over 34 and you're not married,
no respect.
I have questions to ask.
Yeah,
there's a little bit. If you're married and you have a kid and you're before and you're automatically, I'm just like, respect.
You know what you do if you're married and you don't have kids? You just go travel across the world like my sister is doing right now. She's already in Germany, going to Sweden.
I respect your sister.
I am going to Ireland next year.
I respect that.
You don't believe it's going to happen.
Well,
there's no part of you that thinks that I'm going to go to Ireland next year.
You've said things before that didn't end up happening.
I didn't get enough friends on the Vegas train.
Yeah,
okay, I could not get it done. I was ready for it. I did go on a vacation in Wisconsin. I spent a lot of money golfing.
Great state of Wisconsin.
You did do that.
I did go on a golf trip with the guys, and I took the Connor Happer advice, which is go into debt.
Just spend money, man. It's cool.
That's what I did.
It's a lot of fun.
I golfed at a $215 golf course. That was an experience. Yeah. I took a 10-minute turn. From the 9th hole to 10th hole, I took 10 minutes. And one of my buddies was like, "Why'd you take so long?" And I was like, "I'm paying $215. I'm going to soak up everything here. So I'm going to have every single moment I possibly can."
It's kind of crazy because like when it's great to be able to do that, but then I would imagine that you get to a certain point of your life where you don't actually care about that anymore. You're like so rich where you're like, I don't need to save. It's just, just $200, to play golf or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I got to get to that point still. Cause I'm still like, if I'm spending this much money on it, I got to get my money's worth. I got to get so rich to the point where I don't care. That's what I want to do next.
My dad got to the point where he was buying 2 seats at the movie theater when he was going.
That's awesome.
Just so no one would sit by him.
Not even thinking about it.
Not even worrying about it. Yeah. Like I would buy tickets to a movie sometimes and he'd be like, "It's whatever. I actually don't want to go anymore." And we're $30 in the hole.
It's just
and
gone.
he's just like, "Nah." That happens. Whatever. Like I would like to. My dad and I had a conversation
and not be like freaked out about it now. Like, oh my God, what am I gonna do?
No.
I just threw $30 in the trash can.
My dad and I were having a conversation where I thought about you. Him and I was talking to him. I go, what does I was like, eggs are $1.70 back in Nebraska. What are eggs here? And he goes, you think I'm looking at the prices? He goes, I am not looking at any prices.
That's a different thing.
At the grocery store.
I don't do that because I am quote unquote rich. I'm not rich, by the way. I don't do that because of how much money I do or do not have. I just know that if I need eggs, I have to get the eggs.
Have to get them.
I have to buy the eggs. I don't have any other options. It's just eggs. I felt like I get gas. You complain about the price of gas, sure, but I'm getting the gas. So why do I care about how much it costs if I have to get it no matter what? I have to make changes in other places in my life in order to buy gas or buy eggs or whatever it is. And I have to adjust off of that. I have to get the eggs.
Yeah, no, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
I have to get.
I think you're totally correct. There are people who are now in the text who are coming after me, who are like, be careful what you say, Matt. Some people aren't able to have kids. They would love to have them. We were just having a sociological conversation
about hating on those people.
I'm not hating on those people. I'm saying that if you're still partying, you're still single, there has to be a certain things you do for respect. If you get married at 34, I already say it, you automatically get my respect.
Here's a text from the 308. Do you have any opinion on this? I am 44, never married. Spent my late 30s taking care of my terminally ill mother. I am an adult. What questions do you have?
I have no questions other than the
comment. Do you have respect?
I 1,000,000%. What are we doing? Yes, of course. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the 308.
I respect that.
That's absolutely beautiful. That's great.
It is beautiful.
Good for you. John goes, eggs are 77 cents at my Hy-Vee today. I think if you ask Mike McMaster like questions about, like if he went on the Price is Right and they did that grocery game where it's like, are these paper towels more or less than $5.88? He would have no idea what is going on. I don't think my dad can tell you what things cost at grocery stores.
I never thought that I'd be good at that game either. But then I watch the Price is Right twice a year, 2 days before the NCAA tournament games start on the Thursday and Friday. And I find myself actually being pretty decent at it.
I think I could kill it at the Price is Right.
I'm pretty excited about it.
I worked at a store for 9 years and I should be able to do well, but I haven't been there for 8 months.
I think I would kill it at the Price is Right. I think I would get to the final showdown.
It's like an American tradition. Like you just have to think you'd be good at the Price is Right.
Sometimes I watch random Family Feud, the speed round at the very end.
Sure.
Just to test myself. Like just to answer it with the people who are answering, just Absolutely. To see like, how good am I? How well would I have done? You know, like I think I'm always subconsciously keeping myself prepped.
Yeah.
For game shows. I want to be on a game show one day. It'd be great.
What happened to game shows?
There should be a game show where you just name out the random schedule of a particular team.
We don't. Is that the game show you want?
You'd be very good at that, Joey.
I'm not that sicko.
He would be the host of the game.
I'd be the host.
You wouldn't be good. Did you see? I'm sure you saw this. The kid who
I
named all the schedules.
Yeah, and that was like a random season. I think it was 2009. He just randomly guessed all the games.
He had known all of them for the last like 20 years.
Yes, I'm not that crazy.
No, he's not that.
I feel like sports broadcasting camp is an area for just incredible minds like that.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I would not have done well at sports broadcasting camp.
I don't think that's what sports broadcasting camp is. I don't know what they learn how to do at sports broadcasting camp.
That is a great question. What happens at sports broadcasting camp?
Because did you see the kids? They were all like 12 years old.
I know.
What do you know? Why do you need to know how to sports broadcast at 12?
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, there was a career planning class in middle school, so I mean,
Joey, did you go to sports broadcasting camp?
No, I did not.
That was shocking to me.
I said yesterday it wasn't a thing.
It's funny because I didn't
get into it until college.
I guess same. Like I grew up in a world where there were no opportunities for 12-year-olds to broadcast. But I guess now we live in a world where there are opportunities for 12-year-olds to broadcast.
What would you have been broadcasting at 12 years old?
Well, I was broadcasting just myself announcing my video games. That's
what I would do. That's what I would do.
That's great.
I still do it to this day.
My dad and I, we'd bring out spoons and we would announce Bulls games. That's what we would do.
That's awesome.
And he was the color commentator.
You would hold up spoons.
We would hold up
mouth.
Spoons to our mouths.
Okay, that's crazy.
And we would announce.
Is this on video somewhere?
No, Mom wasn't like a Hallmark mother like that. You know, she wasn't like taking out the camcorder. There is. I sometimes watch those movies where it's like the old school, tapes where it's like they're relaying the memories. I have none of that in my home.
John writes in, doesn't Big 10 Plus just use 12-year-olds for their broadcasts?
No. They use college
I don't know,
students.
man. I'm not so sure.
I think
they use kids for broadcasting.
At one point, you might have heard me on Big 10 Plus. I might have been one of the annoying little kids announcing.
It's possible.
I got a lot of hate on Twitter after one game. Like, there are a lot of people who were not happy with my performance for the North Dakota State, Nebraska.
Which fan base?
Nebraska, of course.
Of course, it's Nebraska.
We've all done the BTN Plus games. What's the most famous? I did one game where the next day I go home to my house when I was in college and it was on television. And there was me on television. I said, this should not be on TV. I can't do this.
Have I told you the story where my dad was working from home and he would just have the TV on? And for whatever reason, he loved putting this actually happened. He put the Big Ten Network on and he's just doing his work or whatever. And he hears my voice coming from the TV. And he like turns around and he's like, is Matt home? Like, Matt's not supposed to be home. What's going on? And all of a sudden it was the North Dakota State Nebraska baseball game with me announcing it, and he flipped out and he like called me and like all that
on
stuff.
TV right now?
Yeah, exactly. And then like I sent the text to like one of the professors at Nebraska, and then it blew up on Twitter. It's like our Big 10 Plus broadcast made the main network.
Everybody remembers.
I put it on my resume, by the way.
Everybody remembers their game on KRNU as well. What was your game on KRNU?
My first game on KRNU?
Oh, did you get more than one?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like what game did you do play-by-play on KRNU?
I did a lot of KRNU.
See, back in my time, there was so many people who wanted to do it that you only got one game ever your whole college career.
Like football game?
Yeah.
Oh, I did only get one game.
That's what I meant. Sorry, football.
I got the Minnesota game. It was no. It was the Purdue game in 2021.
Okay, what happened in that game?
Yeah,
that was a road game.
It was the Minnesota game. It was the Minnesota game in 2021. It was a road game, and I broadcasted it on.
Oh, you did a road game?
I did a road. No, but I didn't go out there. We did it on like simulcast.
God, that was your game?
And then I did
That's terrible.
And then I
watched the game on TV.
I did the post game for the Michigan State 2021 game. I did the post game for that.
The kick, the punt.
Yeah.
Well,
and then
so
I never got a home Husker football game.
Okay, that's all right. You didn't.
I did not.
Wow.
I did.
That sucks. That's your whole. They should pay you money. You should get your money back from college.
It went through a broadcasting class that you had to take.
Oh.
If you took this broadcasting class, then you got the home Husker game.
Sure.
And so I took that class, but I was at the point where I was working for KLIN and I was making money working the football games.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I would rather work a football game and make money than work a football game and announce it from the booth. And I had done a spring game.
You got to take your one game.
I had done the spring game after the 2020 season. It was the first time all the fans were back. And so I had announced the spring game. And I was like, all right, I got my fill. I announced it from the booth. There are some people like you who like, oh my God, you have to do your one game. You have to do it. Yeah. I was more so like, I don't know. I wanted to more so work the game and write for the game and be at the press conferences and like do.
So
like,
you just weren't interested in doing play-by-play.
I wanted to be a credential media member for the game more than I wanted to be like a student broadcaster.
Media match.
So I was totally fine with it, and I was there were more kids who were able to do more games, and they were super ecstatic about it, and I was like, good for them. I did a lot of basketball games. I announced.
I love doing the basketball games.
I announced, so I think 20-25 basketball games over my 3 years.
Whoa, I didn't do Nebraska. That many.
Yeah, I got 8 a year, sophomore, junior, and senior year.
Wow, my God.
Well, I was a really good color commentator, and so when I got my like 3 play-by-play games, but we had guys.
See, back in my day, it didn't matter how good you were.
Well,
everyone sucked.
They would let like. Connor Clark is the voice of the Oral Roberts Golden Eagles.
Yes.
They let Connor pick his color commentator. They were like, Connor, who do you want to color commentate? He'd pick Matt. You had Grant Hansen, who's the voice of the Omaha Supernovas. They'd be like, Grant, who do you want to be your color commentator?
There was always the tryhards who were in charge.
Exactly. Well, yes.
Sorry,
precisely.
Grant. Sorry, Connor.
Yeah, precisely. So I was nice.
It
was cool enough where they were my friends and they would pick. So I got a lot of games. I got a ton of games to basketball.
So you were in with the Brown Nosers.
Oh yeah, but I wasn't.
You weren't a Brown Noser.
No,
That's a great spot to be in.
I was, but I did it in a more cool way. I did it in a more low key way. I was more low key about it.
I definitely understand that.
I wasn't forcing the issue. Josh is just walked in to an incredible
How do you
conversation.
think he brown nosed in a cool way, Josh?
Well, I mean, we all know so many cool brown nosers. There's lots of ways to do it.
I did the politicking, but I wasn't overbearing about it.
I got you an apple, teacher.
No, I never did that. But yeah, I had a bravado about me. And then I would be like, and then I would talk to them about broadcast. I was very nice to them, and I did what I needed to do to get my spots.
I got you.
But I wasn't a tryhard.
No, definitely not.
I hate you. I hate you with a passion.
I wasn't a tryhard, Mister. I was a credentialed media member, so I didn't need to do the play-by-play for the game.
Wow, Pedro goes, "Hi guys, Matt, that's a great story. What a memorable thing for your pops. He must have been so proud. Congrats."
Pedro's the best.
He is.
Did I tell you that my dad called me again 2 days ago to ask if I could come home for a weekend after being home for a week?
He liked it, huh?
He had so much fun.
That's awesome.
He just doesn't like when I'm home, I become his chauffeur.
Did you tell him that you think he says I love you too much?
No, I didn't. But here's the thing. He tuned in like 10 minutes after that and started talking about how great the show is. And I was a little nervous that he would get there.
He might have been hearing this right now.
That would have affected him. Like he would have been like, "What do you mean? Like, what do you?" And I would have to backtrack and be like,
I think he's definitely not listening right now.
No, he's not listening right now.
Okay,
he's not listening right
now. All right. Cool. What do you got coming up on the show today? I feel like I never asked you this.
We have buy, sell, hold, or bet. That's the segment you'll listen to when you drive home.
Okay,
today.
so I've heard you explain this segment before. How is there so many options?
That's a great question, Connor.
I
buy, sell, hold, or bet.
Yes, that's the twist.
Okay.
That is the twist.
All right.
So everyone does buy, sell, or hold.
I mean, buying is betting, right?
No, I've established there is a difference.
Selling is
a step beyond.
It's a step beyond buying. I could buy you and think you're going to have a really good year,
all right.
But I'm not.
Careful.
What about? So what's a holding?
Hold is like.
I thought holding was that.
No. Buying is like you're going to be really good. Betting is like I am so confident in you.
So it's holding.
Putting my money. Holding is just like
And then selling is you're just
you
out.
Suck.
Okay.
You're terrible.
4 levels of success.
Yes.
4 levels.
What? You love power ranking via tiers.
I just thought it was buying or selling.
You have 7 tiers. I have added an extra bit. I've added an extra step.
Okay. What else do you have?
Let me go through here. I have a whole page for Penn State.
You read multiple magazines.
If you could replace any Nebraska game this season with one game of your choosing, you can pick any game. You could take one of the cupcake games and replace it with a power conference game. You could take one of the hard games and replace it with an easier.
What's Josh mad about now? What's he doing?
Oh, sorry.
You audibly did something.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
What are you mad about?
Well, we did all this rigmarole for the governor, and it was all for nothing.
Oh, okay.
She coming back.
Anyway, I tell you what I would do. I would jump into my time machine and make it Nebraska UConn basketball at Madison Square Garden.
No,
it's among the most ridiculous things I've ever read in my life.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Read it on the Omaha World Herald.
Okay.
Omaha.com. Good website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who wrote it today?
Just that byline.
Ben Duty.
Oh, okay. I was trying to look for an Omaha.com about not being the second Dayton, and I couldn't find it today.
Oh, yeah. We'll just forget that ever happened.
Okay, go ahead. Omaha, not another Dayton, is what I put here.
Love it.
The Ohio injunction on the NCAA basketball players.
That's right.
Things about I have thoughts on the World Cup broadcasting their games at 3 p.m. along with the fact that Conor McGregor were doing like the top 5 pay-per-views you've ever bought. If you've ever bought pay-per-views in your life, what are the top 5 ones you remember the most?
Mine is probably like Nebraska Baylor football 2008 or something like that.
That's right. I got to work that into my Rolodex of those.
Seriously, that's why I wrote in our text. I was like, even old college football games you could put in there. So we're gonna do because McGregor's fighting on Saturday, and it doesn't seem like a whole lot of people care. Rightfully so, by the way.
I certainly didn't know that it was happening until
but it's just one of those things. Like he spawns the memories of like, oh, you had to buy a Conor McGregor pay-per-view. Like that was a thing you had to do at one point in sports. What are your 5 favorite that you've bought? And then also there's this Ross Dellinger article that we haven't gotten to where it's like Big 12 coaches think that we should measure whether or not a team gets into the CFP based on how much they spend on their team, which is so stupid. Like they want the committee to take into account how much you spend on your team when it comes to putting you in the playoff.
I don't think people listen to themselves talk anymore.
It is one of the stupidest ideas that I have ever read or listened to in my entire life.
That's pretty good.
You play 12 games in a year and you prove whether or not you're good enough to be in the CFP, but we have to take into account how much you actually spent. We're going to punish you for actually being efficient and how much you put into your team and getting the results. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Or are they saying like Iowa State should get a bump because they should get like a 3-win bump every year because they are spending less money than everybody else?
They're basically
like if Iowa State wins 7 games, it's like actually like Iowa State won 10 games.
What they want is like the CFP to actually like incentivize teams to spend more money. That's the Big 12 media days at this point has just become.
Why would we want to incentivize that? We would incentivize less. The exact opposite.
The Big 12 wants that to happen, though. That way they can have better teams, and then they can be at the head of the, closer to the big boy table with the Big 10 and the SEC.
I got a better idea.
Shut up.
Disband.
Yes. I have a note here where it's like BYU and Texas Tech were the biggest brands in the Big 12. And I wrote down 14 teams across 4 different conferences.
Oh yeah, I never got to that yesterday. Brands. Yeah,
I'll go and pull the note. It's a good little topic.
Coming out of retirement, huh?
I thought she retired.
You can't come out of retirement if you never went in.
It's interesting. It's an interesting point that you make there, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
This was fun.
So much fun. Do you want to know which game I broadcasted in college?
Yeah.
What game?
2014, Nebraska, Florida Atlantic.
Wow.
FAU. Jordan Westerkamp caught a pass along the sideline behind his back.
I do know this.
I did play-by-play.
Do you have your call from
Did you
that?
flip out?
I do. Would you like me to send it to you?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're going to do with it.
I don't either.
I
don't know how.
I think I was the only person in the building who saw that it happened that way.
Oh, really?
Because there was confusion everywhere. I think Kugler was doing TV, and it was just like, I think he caught that.
Connor Happer, one of the best seers of all time. People
exactly.
Forget.
Thank you.
Do you have great eyes?
Well, it's probably better in 2014, but yeah.
Are you like the guy in the golf course when you're in the cart, you're just pointing out where everybody's balls are? I got your
ball, yeah.
Yeah. God, I need you.
That's an important job.
That is
for someone.
When I play in this Mutual of Omaha League, right, on Wednesdays at Tiburon, I am a saint because all of these guys are 60 years old. Okay,
you're young. You got the eyes.
They can't see. Okay,
41. I can't see a damn thing.
They are like, when I am with them, they are so happy because they're like, I lost it in the air, and I go, don't worry, bounce by that tree, second tree, right under the shade, it'll be right there.
It's right there.
I am such a useful tool.
That's incredibly helpful.
Good for you. For seeing
that.
I'm kind of now. I feel a little bit bad that I never took the advantage to broadcast.
I'm gonna find it on my computer when we take this break.
Should I send you my entire website that I made when I was trying to get jobs?
MattMaster.com.
Absolutely, you should.
That had all of my calls and all of my reels and whatnot.
We'll make sure it stays out of the wrong hands, Matt.
It actually had excerpts from people in terms of how great I was as a broadcaster.
You had pull quotes?
I had pull quotes from people about how awesome I am at broadcasting.
I would love to see this website.
Yes.
It's still, I don't know if it's fully operational because I stopped paying this.
GeoCities
It's website? A Wix site. It's a Wix site.
You're a little young for GeoCities.
What's a GeoCity?
Same idea as Wix, just very primitive.
What's the stupid web GoDaddy?
GoDaddy.com.
Were you GoDaddy in?
Post, yeah.
Danica Patrick. How can you forget?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that was the crossover. That was fun. Great time. Appreciate it.
Great times.
Now you're gonna go. When we hit this break, you're gonna laugh at my Wix site here because I'm pulling it up.
Good times, great oldies.
Let's hit a break here. Middays Matt beginning up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're going to hurt some people.
1 year old.
Whose car are we going to take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Make room for Daddy.
But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster is always joined by Josh Odson. Can join us also on the Zone YouTube TV page. 1620 The Zone AM here in Omaha, 97.7 The Zone in central Nebraska. Josh, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm also ready. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
You know, I love my job. I love the people here. Ready to have 48 hours away from all of y'all.
It's incredible. You and I, like, we work together, but we have very different lives, post and pre-show, in terms of what we have to do. And I always feel bad when I go, this week feels like it's flown by. Because for me, it feels like it's flown by. Or I just, for whatever reason, this has just been a quick week.
Shows have been good. Shows have been quick, but
they really have.
Yeah.
Like, we've been having fun. It's been a great time these last couple of days. Monday was a get the rust off. You know, Matt's been away for a week, but the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday shows have been awesome. And so we're to Friday, and I'm like, oh my God, it's just gone on by. But I feel bad when I say that to you because you're working your butt off, and you're like, these guys have not flown by. They have not flown by at all.
A lot of butt left to work off.
Well, we were talking about Josh Peterson's tweet. Did you see his tweet about how
Josh did a tweet?
There was a tweet that said, hey, for all of you people who, don't have kids, what do you do from 5:30 to 10:30? That's like a vacation. And Josh was like, I've watched every Christopher Nolan movie. And I've gone ahead and, I'm reading like this book or whatever. And I'm like, for me, it's like I take naps, and I just know with all the people around me that, like, that's just not an option for you. So when I take a nap, Josh Hodson, I think about you. You are with me in spirit.
That actually helps. Yeah.
Like I'm like, you know what? I'm taking this nap with Josh right now. Like he's right here next to me. I'm trying to give you more energy through the power of mind.
A lot of people might scoff at that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Connor Happer just sent me a tweet. I cannot read on the air. Connor, you can't say funny things to me.
I like funny things.
We were talking about a certain actress of the Odyssey and her big impacts that she's currently making on Twitter. Let's just say it. Anne Hathaway has aged like fine red wine. It is absolutely ridiculous.
That's correct.
I mean, it should be studied how just incredible that woman has looked her entire life. Even back to Connor was showing me some tweets on the air, and I feel like I have to go back and watch Princess Bride. Like, in honor of her performance in Odyssey, I have to Princess Diaries. Princess Bride is the other wacky movie.
Both great movies.
Princess Bride isn't that with Diego Montoya? You killed my father, prepare to die. There you go. We have a great show for you today. At 11:20, Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror will join us because we are doing buy, sell, hold, or bet. At 11 o'clock, we'll be talking about the Penn State Nittany Lions along with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. What are the outlooks for the seasons of Matt Campbell and Greg Schiano's crew? Doing some reading about these two sides. Very interested in terms of how their seasons are going to pan out. The more research I do, I find them both fascinating. Just from the perspective of what they're going to be good at, what they need to improve, but also the identities of their head coach and what their teams typically play like because of their head coach's identities. We will talk about that at 11 o'clock today, followed up by a Neil Rudell interview. And then at 11:45, we will do the odd news. 12 o'clock today, we will get to the prompt of the day. It's been like, I know it's been poll week for unsportsmanlike conduct. They've been going to Twitter all week and basing a lot of their show off of their Twitter polls. Husker fans, would you like it if this happened? If you liked it with that happen? How would you feel if you went 5-0 and 1-6? We've been doing prompt week not necessarily as polls, but I've been giving up some hypothetical questions to you as to, what the season might look like. Yesterday, our question was, is this Matt Rule's best team? Is it his most talented team? He certainly believes so. He said in an interview with Hail Varsity a couple of weeks ago that he believed it was. We talked about that. Today's prompt, though, is if you could replace one game currently on Nebraska's football schedule, what game would you replace, and what would you replace it with? There's a couple different avenues that you can take this question, and I'm excited to hear a lot of your answers. You can reach us on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Equitable Bank, they take banking personally and always pick up on the first ring. And you can text us at 402-951-1620. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can text us at that hotline, or you can call in. We'll definitely queue up for you to call when we do that segment at 12 o'clock. If you could replace one Husker football game currently on the schedule, what game would it be? And who would you replace it with? Different avenues you can take. You can just say, hey, Matt, I want to replace the Indiana game with a Purdue game. I want an extra win. I don't want the schedule to be as hard. Or you could say, you know what, Matt? I want them to bring the Tennessee game back. I want them to have a power conference game in their non-con. Or you could say, yeah, I would like them to have a power conference game in the non-con, but I would love for them to play a team like LSU, or I would love for them to play Notre Dame again. Or, you can really make this prompt your oyster. You can make it as realistic as you want. You can make it as unrealistic as you want. You can get things off your chest. You can do whatever you so please. I have an answer to it that I think is going to interest people, because it is, I will tease, the game that I'm going to replace is going to make the schedule easier for Nebraska on paper. But it could be, and not could be, it is viewed as a redemption arc, in my opinion. The game that I would place and the opponent I would replace.
We love a good redemption arc, don't we, folks?
We are all about a redemption arc, which, by the way, I watched the Dune 3 trailer yesterday. I finally got to it.
How was it? I haven't watched it yet.
It's phenomenal.
All right.
I will say this, though, Josh. I'm going to need you here. I have no idea about Dune. Like, I have like all of these comic books and like movies that I watch. Like, I know that like the Avengers break up in Captain America Civil War. Like, I know that Peter Quill, he still has those powers from Ego, even though he thinks he lost them. Like, Star-Lord is still going to be like a goat, right? Like, I know where some of these things are going in comic books a lot, okay? I have no idea what happens with Dune. I know that Dune has been a publicized book for decades and decades and decades, and a lot of people know, and there's already been movies made about it. I have zero clue what's going on when it comes to Dune. Zero. So when I watched this Dune 3 trailer, I had no idea that Paul turns heel. I didn't know that he becomes like kind of the bad guy. And now like the third movie is going to be about like, stopping part of his reign. I had no idea. I'm so fired up about it.
Should be good. Yeah. This book that the third movie is based on, I'm not as familiar with it as the other book that was turned into the first movie. I understand that's a confusing sentence for a lot of people, but
don't worry. Roommate Dan told me that Paul Atreides is more like Anakin than he is Luke Skywalker. And that's probably the best way to look at it. So fire it up for Dune 3. Let's continue to preview the show here. Conor McGregor fights tomorrow. Nobody really cares about it, which is quite interesting to me. But we're going to have a fun little exercise here. Top 5 favorite pay-per-views that you've seen in your lifetime or that you've bought in your lifetime. Could be a boxing match. Could be a UFC fight. Could be pro wrestling. I'm sure we have a lot of WWE, WWF fans that listen to the show. Maybe you bought SummerSlam 2002 and you never forgot about it. Maybe you bought WrestleMania 18 and it's one of the best purchases you've ever made.
That's pretty good mania.
Is your oyster. Also, too, you can't forget about the fact that back in the early 2000s, we used to have to buy college football games on pay-per-view. So maybe you bought a Husker football game on pay-per-view and you do not forget that experience at all when it comes to watching that game. So Josh and I will have fun. That'll be around the 1:20 hour that we'll talk about that. But at 1 o'clock, we will talk to Austin Jacobson of Hurrdat Sports. He gave us a great topic yesterday. We'll continue to have a conversation about James Franklin, Virginia Tech, and Penn State throughout this show. Very interesting. One of the conversations to have that is kind of in tow with the Penn State conversation is Jamie Pollard, the athletic director of Iowa State, announced that at the end of this year, he will no longer be the athletic director of Iowa State. That's definitely something to monitor, as the Cyclones have been one of the kind of premier teams when it comes to struggling to keep up in the NIL era, struggling to keep up from a financial perspective. It's one of the reasons why Matt Campbell left for Penn State and brought 24 of his players from last year's roster, which Iowa State had a very sneaky football season last year in terms of how they started. The middle part of the year where they definitely struggled, that was due to a lot of injuries, but the back half of the season definitely picked up, won 3 of their final games of the year. And he brought a lot of those guys over to that team. That's definitely kind of a spoiler for what our outlook on Penn State will be. But Iowa State athletic director Jamie Pollard announcing he will no longer be around at the end of the year. They definitely shored up what is going to be that basketball program. TJ Otzelberger, the moves that they've made, just all of that stuff, they are going to be fine in basketball. For the rest of that athletic department, it'll be interesting to see how they keep up with the Joneses from a financial and competitive perspective. We'll also talk about the Big 12 later today, too, because there's a Ross Dellinger article about how coaches in the Big 12 want the College Football Playoff Committee to take into account how much people are paying for their football teams. It's almost as ridiculous as coaches referencing Vegas lines in terms of whether or not they should be in the college football playoff. One of the greatest coaches of all time, Nick Saban, was guilty of that, which always annoyed me because I think he should know better. But we'll talk about why I just find that ridiculous. Like, at the end of the season, after we've all played our 12 games, why should we be sitting there and debating whether or not a team, because in the preseason they spent X amount of money, should be allowed to be in the playoff or not? You played your 12 games. Your resume is out there. The film is out there. Go and watch the film. Go and look at the resume and make the decision based off of those two things and not over the semantics of how willing they were to open up their pocketbooks in order to field the team. I don't really care. Like, the whole conversation about how much you spend on your football team really matters in the offseason, right? That's when it really matters. That's when we really start having the convo and we start judging teams. But once we get in the middle of the season, if you're 4-3, right, you're the football team that you are, right? Like, you've went out, you've performed, you competed. That's who you are. It doesn't matter how much money at that point, what you spend or what you don't spend in terms of how good you are on the field. Now, if you want to have the money conversation in the middle of the season, the money conversation is about the coaches. It's about whether or not they should keep their jobs. It's about the administrator, whether or not they should keep their jobs. The money conversation is about all of the things that are happening behind the scenes and whether or not they're spending their money correctly. But in terms of the quality of the team conversation should not stem from money. The quality of the team conversation should stem from how are they actually playing. And then when we get to the offseason, then we can have all the money conversations we want. But the fact that Big 12 coaches want money conversations to happen within the College Football Playoff Committee is wild to me. And the reason why they're pushing it is because they want to incentivize more teams in the Big 12 to spend more money so they could be more competitive with the Big 10 and the SEC. But at the end of the day, there are Big 12 teams who go, hey, I understand that sentiment. We don't have a Cody Campbell. We don't have a Crumble Cookie. We don't have that billionaire oil donor or that billionaire company that's just going to funnel all of our finances to us.
I love that as a phrase. We don't have a crumble cookie.
We don't. They don't. They're sitting there being like, you want us to spend more money? We don't have the luxury that you have. So we'll talk about that. There's a bunch of other things we'll talk about too. The World Cup being played at 3:00.
I think that's just a time zone thing.
It's a Europe thing. But it's just like, I don't know.
I guess 3 p.m. would
Can we not play it at 5 though?
Well, that'd be the middle of the night in London, right?
I just felt like they had a ton of momentum here in the States. And then it's just, now we're playing games at 3:00 on a Thursday and nobody could give a damn. And then, like, what did we get I looked at the Fox TV schedule. Like, they're playing the Big Bang Theory and Family Feud at 6:00 in the primetime slots.
London's 6 hours ahead of us here in Omaha.
I know it probably makes sense from a time zone thing, but I want to watch the World Cup and I don't want to watch it at 3.
I would agree with you.
I want to watch it at 6. or 5:30. I'll play ball. I'll play ball with the Europeans. I'm not afraid to do that. I like Europeans. You make that a quote?
I like Europeans. Good pull quote.
Thank you. All right. So we're a couple minutes away here from hitting the break. Buy, sell, hold, or bet coming up at 11 o'clock, followed up by Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror. Will talk to us about the Penn State Nittany Lions, who have been put in a locker when it comes to some recruiting across the country. In particular, when the Nebraska Cornhuskers stole Khalil Taylor, the 4-star in-state Pennsylvania wide receiver, from them. So we'll talk about Penn State recruiting and just do the Penn State Cyclones, how much confident do people over in Penn State, how much confidence do they have heading into the season? Their schedule isn't overly difficult. They do avoid the big three in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. We'll talk about it. Are we buying, selling, or betting on the Penn State Lions and the Rutgers Scarlet Knights? And then 1 o'clock, Austin Jacobson. We'll go ahead and interview him. We have a lot of things to talk about. Nobody, KG8MD in the YouTube chat goes, the new college football game sucks and EA is still greedy. There's a whole Matt Brown article released today about a lot of microtransactions that are now happening on the new college sport video game.
I was going to ask,
very upset about it.
Maybe sometime today you could bring me up to speed on this issue.
I need to bring myself up to speed. I don't play the game.
I know people are returning it, which is not a thing I thought you could do. Like, they're screenshotting their return of the game, and I didn't know you could do that. I don't know why people are doing it. I'm hearing microtransactions a lot. That's all I know.
All righty, let's hit a break here. We've got a great show for you ahead. John Mayer is here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Tortillas.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Plycat listening? Plycat, if you're listening, I'm going to need your help here. Because I'm on the site I typically am on to find the over-under win totals for these teams because we're about to do buy, sell, hold, or bet. I can't find Rutgers. Why is their win total not out? Why can't I find out whether Shiano's men are going to win 5 or 6 games this year, whether or not I can bet on it? By the way, we are back on the air, I believe, correct?
According to the little bars on my board, my new shiny board here, yes.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I'm not in the car right now.
We're just going to go with we're probably back on air. We had some technical difficulties, but we are back and rolling here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster and Josh Hodson. Unfortunately, for the people who were not listening on YouTube, you did not hear the whole preview of the show. But we will be talking about buy, sell, hold, or bet right here, right now between the Rutgers Scarlet Knights and Penn State, and the new Rudell of the Altoona Mirror will join us to talk about the Nittany Lions and what their outlook on next season will be, considering the fact that it's a very interesting year for Penn State. After firing James Franklin, they entered last season with high hopes. They were the it team, in my opinion, right? You had Texas and Ohio State where, okay, obviously those two teams were top dogs, but Texas was the number 1 overall ranked team in the country. But Penn State was right there. I believe in the Big Ten preseason rankings last year, they were ahead of Ohio State because it was the season. I mean, they had loved that recruiting class that included Drew Aller, Nick Singleton, Katron Allen. They were bringing all of their guys back, all of their key pieces back. They're a super talented team. They had the continuity. They had been great for the previous seasons before. Hell, they made the Final Four the season before, losing to Notre Dame before Notre Dame eventually lost to Ohio State in the national championship game. And last season was the season for Penn State. And quickly, it just fell apart with losses to UCLA, losses to Northwestern, James Franklin getting fired in the middle of the season. And what went from a season that was expected to be this is the ultimate test, right? Like, this is like put up or shut up time now. Can you finally get over the hump? Because that was what it was like with Penn State in James Franklin. It was getting to the hump, getting to the point where you're one of the best teams in the country. You're winning 10 games. You're winning 11 games. You're playing Ohio State and the top teams in the nation in order to, jockey and put yourself in a position to make a 14 playoff, make a 12-team playoff, get a bye, get to the national championship game. And it fell apart. And it just completely and utterly and unequivocally fell apart for Penn State last year. It was a 54-day coaching search.
Feels like a lot.
4 days that included, I think, over $300 million in terms of other coaching extensions that happened across the country out of fear that Penn State would poach their coach. Kurt Cignetti signed an extension. Mike Elko signed an extension. Eli Drinkowitz signed an extension. The Penn State alumni, Matt Rule, the head coach of Nebraska, obviously signed a 2-year, $25 million extension. It got pretty damn close to the finish line with Kalani Sitake of BYU. And it seemed like they were trending in the direction of getting Sitake, who is, I think he's won 84 games over 10 seasons at BYU, but definitely over the last couple of years have had, really, really, really good seasons. And it would have been a hell of a hire for Penn State, but the money bags at BYU that include Ryan Smith were able to keep their coach in tow. And then it just felt like Penn State, and correct me where I'm wrong here, maybe lack of a better term, but it felt like Penn State kind of fell backwards into Matt Campbell. It seemed like there were all these other names that were being floated around in terms of who they wanted to take over for James Franklin, because you're not necessarily like, there still are very high expectations for Penn State. They fired their head coach a year after making the Final Four in the college football playoff and having multiple seasons of with an abundance of success and double-digit wins. It's not like you're coming into Penn State and you're going to be given a lot of leeway. You're going to be given, multiple years to rebuild the whole thing. No, you're coming in and the expectations are high immediately. And, I think that when we talk about Penn State and when we talk to Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror, there'll be two different conversations. What will the team look like this year? And then also the recruiting conversation, because, things are kind of opening up in the Northeast a little bit. And it was something that was locked down for Penn State because of James Franklin's connections out there that he had built throughout his entirety of his career. Matt Campbell hasn't been in the Northeast. He hasn't made those connections. So you see teams like Nebraska coming in and taking some of those talents. And so it's been an interesting transition for Penn State just over the last, we're coming up to 8 months that this whole thing kind of went down. It's just been a very interesting transition since they made the decision to move on from James Franklin to Matt Campbell. But let's talk about this team. Their over-under this season is 8.5 games. 8.5 games for the Penn State Nittany Lions, who they don't have the big three on their schedule. They don't have Indiana. They do not have Oregon. They do not have Ohio State. But they still do have a couple of interesting games. They have to play USC. That's at home.
Whiteout game?
Probably, yeah.
No, it is.
Oh, it is? Oh, official? Oh, they already announced that?
According to Google.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So grain of salt.
Everyone knows that USC, very bad when they have to travel across the country to play in East Coast time. So a good USC team, I think USC will be very good this season. But that's an advantage for Penn State. But where they gained there, right, having to play Penn State at College Station or playing USC at College Station, they got to go all the way to Washington this season on November 7th. Penn State 0-2 when they have to go and travel to UCLA and USC. I have to see here. It may be against the spread. I don't know. Phil Steele, this might be one
Say it.
This is the last time I'm going to buy a Phil Steele magazine.
Washed.
I'm just utterly disappointed that a lot of this writing is about the predictions he made in 24 and 25. I mean, every single section starts about what they did in 24. That was 2 years ago, and the predictions he made for them. I don't really care, Phil. I want to know about the team this season. I feel like that's like 35% of the writing. We're a Brent Ciancia show anyway. We're a Pick Six preview show anyway. So, I mean, once we get the Pick Six preview in our hands.
Where my PSP gang at?
It's coming out in about a week, I believe. I don't know if Brett officially has established how many days until it'll be released, but 0-2 against the spread is Penn State when they go over to the West Coast against USC and UCLA last year. Remember, they lost that UCLA game, and they were carrying tiny baby Neuheisel off the field after that one. Penn State 8.5. Don't play Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State. Still have some interesting matchups with Michigan. That will be in Ann Arbor at Washington, who I think will be pretty good this year. And then they finish off the year with Minnesota, Rutgers, and Maryland, which in theory, they should be favored in those games. I'm looking at these games now, Josh. They play Marshall. They'll be favored in that game. They play Temple. They'll be favored in that game. Buffalo, they'll be a favorite. Wisconsin at home, they'll be a favorite. Northwestern on the road, they'll still be a favorite.
That's right.
USC, they'll be a favorite because that's at home. They'll be underdogs against Michigan, and they'll be underdogs against Washington, maybe. But Purdue, Minnesota, Rutgers, and Maryland, they'll all be favorites.
If they win the games they're favored in, they'll hit their over on the win total.
Easily. They should be favored, hypothetically, in about 10 games this season.
Kind of the big will they, won't they of it all is kind of that USC game. They'll probably be 5-0 going into that game. And
absolutely. Now, I think I did talk to some people around the Northwestern Wildcats who are they're not connected to the program, but they're very big fans of the program.
Your dad?
My dad and 3 other men All of them are very confident.
Sorry, I don't mean to out your source.
They're all very Northwestern's going to be. They're going to be scrappy. I think that game at Northwestern is going to be a lot closer than people think with Penn State. But this is a team that could be favored in 10 games. The offensive line is going to be the question. 51 starts on their offensive line. They brought in a couple of guys from Iowa State. They got a really good offensive tackle. And a center that Matt Campbell has very high expectations for, but still a lack of experience that you would want on the offensive line. I'll read this. This is one of the better excerpts from the Phil Steele magazine. They had 7 offensive linemen from the transfer portal and 2 starters, but the career starts dropped to 51, and they figured to be down a notch. Campbell does say center Brock Riker could be the best center in FBS, and right tackle Anthony Donka is an All-American offensive tackle. So this unit is an absolute strength. They still have question marks across the guards and the other tackle. So this is a team that is losing Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, who in their own rights were one of the best running back duos, not only in the country, but in Penn State history. And so they did get Carson Hansen from Iowa State, who ran for 1,000 yards last season. And their 4 top targets across this offense are going to be all guys who were from Iowa State. 39 total transfers went to the Nittany Lions this season. 24 of them are from ISU. Iowa State had a very interesting season last year. They started off very strong. They had that very close game against Iowa. Remember that there was that whole controversy with the punt. I think it was, did it hit off of Wegen, right? And, it was a very, very long review, if I remember. They ended up winning that game 16-13. They started the season off 5-0, and then they rattled off 4 straight losses. And that was a lot to do to injury. They gave up 38 points to Cincinnati, 41 points to BYU, 24 points both to Colorado and Arizona State. Those Colorado and Arizona State games were both 1-score games, but they finished off the season super strong with wins over TCU, Kansas, and Oklahoma State. They finished 8-4. It's one of those things where, we talk about returning starters all the time. Hey, they're bringing back 65% of their returning starters, but it was a 6-win team. How excited are you that you're bringing back 70% of an average team, right? I would rather bring back 40% or 50% or 20 percentage points less of a team that won 9 or 10 games. Iowa State is bringing 24 transfers over to Penn State, but they won 8 games, and they could have won 9. If they stayed healthy, they might have been a college football playoff team. I'm not a Rocco Becht believer, but once again, this is a Penn State roster that is going to have that doesn't have to play Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State, and is going to be favored in a bulk of their games, probably 10 of them, if everything kind of plays out the way that you think. How often does that actually happen, though? So 8.5. I'll say that. What is buying Penn State? What is a buy on Penn State? They make the college football playoff, because then I'll hold. If a buy on
that seems steep. That's a high price.
If a buy on Penn State is, they win 8 to 9 games, I'll buy them.
Precisely.
I would have. This is a buy, and it's maybe a bet. It's maybe a bet. The numbers and the math of the value would tell you to bet this. The roster and its current construction would tell you that this isn't necessarily an elite team, right? I think a bet on Penn State is betting a team that probably is worse than what their record is. Once again, I'm not a Rocco Becht guy, and they have to replace a ton on the defensive end. I mean, their front 7 is basically going to be all Iowa State guys, and so that was a good defense. Don't get me wrong. When healthy, I don't know.
Decimated last year by injury.
I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a bet. I think it's a buy. I think they'll have a good first season.
Can I word it to you differently? I understand the name of the game is buy, sell, hold, bet. Will the Penn State fan base be happy on December 1st?
Okay. Josh Hodson, that's my first question to Neil Rudell. Oh. Because I don't know.
Look at us.
Because you fired James Franklin because he wasn't going to make the college football playoff.
I guess what are the expectations?
I have no idea, because they went out and they fired a guy that had so much success at that school, And then they didn't hire anybody and I like Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell's a very, very good coach. But they didn't hire
are they
like
looking to
the
contend
holy crap.
year one, or are they
know.
looking to beat a ranked team?
They're a very interesting team to me. Let's talk about another interesting team real quick. This will be a little bit quicker with Rutgers. Rutgers offense is going to be awesome this year.
What?
Rutgers offense.
I know nothing about this team.
He's going to be incredible. Do you know who KJ Duff is?
No, I like the name. Good name.
He's a stud. 1,000-yard receiver in 2025. His game against Minnesota, go and watch KJ Duff versus Minnesota last year. It was one of the better individual performances I have seen live in quite some time. It's comparable. Do you remember that one Stanford wide receiver who absolutely set Colorado on fire? That was like Stanford was down 1 million points, and then they kept throwing it to that one wideout over and over and over again. And he just absolutely went off. He got drafted in like the later rounds. KJ Duff is an incredible wide receiver. He's 6'6", 219 pounds. He caught the ball 60 times last season. He had 7 touchdowns. He is a freak of nature. He is going to be playing on Sundays. You're hoping that he's going to be playing for your team. It's one of those things where it's like you think of like Greg Schiano and Rutgers, like you think of strong offensive lines and really great running backs. You don't necessarily think of, stud wide receivers who, are over 1,000 yards receiving. In that Minnesota game, he had 84 yards for a touchdown, but they kept throwing it to him. The Purdue game was insane for him. He had 241 receiving yards against Purdue. Absolutely crazy with 1 touchdown as well. So KJ Duff, absolute killer. They also bring back Antoine Raymond, who is 1,000-yard rusher. They have 3 starting offensive linemen returning. The one thing is that they have a quarterback battle. It'll be between their backup last year, AJ Suris, and Boston College transfer Dylan Lenurgan. Do you remember the name? And I think you do. Ethan Kaliakmanis.
Oh, yeah. Greeky freaky.
Here's the thing. That guy, first off, it felt like he played college football forever. Okay? It just felt like and I'm pretty sure he played Nebraska twice, once for Minnesota and once for Rutgers. I'm almost positive that happened. Had a really good end of his career. I mean, was not a very good quarterback in Minnesota, had 2,700 passing yards with 17 touchdowns and 13 interceptions. For Rutgers, over his 2 seasons, he had nearly 6,000 passing yards. He had 38 touchdowns and 14 interceptions over 2 seasons. He also could put the ball on the ground. He was a pretty good runner as well. They're going to have to replace that, but this offense for Rutgers has the potential to be very explosive. Their defense, though, was atrocious last year. They allowed 30-plus points in 8 games. I think they were second worst in yards per game last season. They brought in a new defensive coordinator I don't have his name down here. But still, bringing 10 different transfers on defensive end. Should be an interesting season for Rutgers. They have a pretty difficult schedule. They got to play at Penn State. They got to play at Wisconsin. This is a team that they're going to have a lot of toss-up games. Toss-up game against USC at the beginning of the year. Toss-up game against Maryland. I think it'd be a toss-up game against Northwestern. Toss-up game against Wisconsin. The Nebraska game, in November, late in the season. If Antoine Raymond is having a hell of a year and the offensive line for Rutgers is playing up to that Greg Schiano standard, I think it'll be more difficult maybe than we give it credit for between the Huskers and Rutgers. But if they're going to, they made back-to-back bowl games for the first time in a decade in 2023 and 2024. Last year, they were 5-7. Can they make it again this season? It's going to come down to that USC game and how does USC play on the road. If they can win their first 4 games of the year, they play enough toss-up games. And I misspoke there. It's not a very difficult schedule because they also avoid Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana. They'll have an opportunity to get back to a bowl game. And if Duff takes another leap and their quarterback situation plays out the way that they hope it does, It could be a very interesting team next season. I mean, it's a team that was 5-7 last year that scored 28 points in a loss to Iowa, scored 28 points in a loss to Minnesota, scored 36 points in a loss to Penn State. They could take the next step and fill that hole that Callie McManus leaves. It'll be interesting to see what Schiano does. I feel like I've been doing this, though, with Rutgers the last couple of years. Like, I'm waiting for Rutgers to take that next step. I'm waiting for Schiano's group to take that next step. They've had a couple of years where they bring back a lot of starters and they don't necessarily reach the potential that people have. And, like, you know, the people who believe in Rutgers in the preseason are like the big college football guys, because what casual college football fans are really reading into how Rutgers is going to look this year. But this is when they brought back Monungai, I believe that was 2 seasons ago now. I was very high on them, and they got off to a great start, and they kind of, you know, withered away. What does it look like this season for them? And what is a manageable schedule where they're going to be playing a lot of teams that they have the potential to beat, but they could lose all those games as easy as they can win all those games? All right, Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror joins us next here on Middays with Matt.
Hi, everybody. Harry Carey here.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Alrighty, we are working to get our friend from the Altoona Mirror, Neil Rudell, on the show to talk a little Penn State football. 8.5 is their over-under heading into this season with first-year head coach Matt Campbell. Campbell obviously coming from Iowa State, where he had a vast amount of success with the Cyclones. Last season was 8-4. Started off the season 5-0. And then went ahead and lost 4 and then won his last 3 games of the season. That Iowa State team was riddled with injury, and now that Iowa State team, a big portion of them joined Penn State this season. 39 transfers total, 24 of them from Iowa State from the Nittany Lions this season. We are now joined from the Altoona Mirror, Neil Rudell. Neil, how are you, my friend? Thank you so much for coming on Middays with Matt here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Matt. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. Now, I was reading your bio, Neil, before we were introduced to each other yesterday. You've been on the Penn State football beat since 1977. For all of you math majors back at home, Neil, you've been covering this team for 49 years. We're nearing the 50-year mark. My question to you is, these last 8 to 9 months, from James Franklin being fired to then the 54-day head coaching search to then Matt Campbell being the man to replace Franklin at Penn State, these last 9 months in your time on the beat have been what? If you can use an adjective.
Yeah, I'd say a whirlwind, filled with some surprises, and just a little clunkiness too at times, but definitely an air now of anticipation. I don't think any of us expected it to end the way it did at midseason. Penn State doesn't have a history of firing people, let alone at midseason to pull the plug. I'm not saying that it wasn't deserved, but I don't think anyone loved the idea that it happened at midseason.
Now, obviously, I think there's a lot of different conversations to be had in terms of, the coaching search and now the recruiting cycle and the actual in-season. I want to more focus with you on just what are the expectations for this season for Penn State. 8.5 is their over-under, Neil. If Penn State were to win 9 games in the first year under Matt Campbell, but they were not to make the college football playoff, how would this fan base feel, in your opinion?
Well, it's a patient fan base. I think if they win 9 games, it would body of work, I think, would be viewed as a success. With everything being so new, now again, it may depend on, if you go out and beat Michigan and USC and then lose to Rutgers and Maryland, that might be a problem.
Sure.
But, I just think that for them to stabilize with a new staff and a really completely turned over roster, I think it would be viewed as a success. Yeah.
How is kind of the fan base and you being, in the media corps as well, with Penn State, it's all been about, a lot of pride, a lot of tradition, guys working up, freshmen to sophomores to juniors, seeing guys grow. And, Penn State has been a team that hasn't been afraid to dip in the portal and get some guys. Last year guys got a couple of wide receivers to, in theory, help out Drew Aller before he got hurt. But this is very different for Penn State. This is kind of the opposite of what Penn State has been in terms of bringing in 39 new players, 24 of which coming from Iowa State. Has that just been kind of strange for you and the fan base, because getting used to all the new faces and players that have joined this team?
Oh, absolutely. I think everybody's learning the roster and isn't overly familiar with, about Beck and some of their skill players that had success. at Iowa State, but not only the hey, the thing about Penn State football is there were a lot of givens for many, many years. Not only the head coach didn't leave, but almost none of his assistants did either. So there was very much a familiarity, a continuity. And then, like most college programs, of guys that would be ascending, had been, getting some experience as underclassmen, somewhat waiting their turn, but people were familiar with them, and they're not now. And so I think it's all going to be new, let alone, how they function on the day of the game, as far as play calling and style and all those things.
Definitely a lot of mystery that comes into this entirety of the roster, especially on the defensive end. I mean, the entire front seven will basically be replaced in theory by Cyclones. From what you've seen, from one guy that you've mentioned already, Rocco Becht, I mean, in terms of what he did at Iowa State, how do you think his fit is going to be in the Big Ten and with the Nittany Lions this season, Neil?
Well, I mean, he clearly has the trust of his head coach. He seems like a good leader and a good person who's had success. I didn't know whether Grunkenmeyer, who took over for Aller mid-season, would stay because, had he done that, and it leads to a whole other set of issues of how much can you pay backup quarterbacks in this world now. But, to me, Becht has to stay healthy. They're lean at that position with experience. And I realize the schedule's really friendly.
Very.
In some ways, when you're going to make a coaching change, had you let James coach this year, he probably would have had some success. So,
Sure.
And so sometimes people pull the plug because they feel that they needed a change, and people had worn out on both ends. And clearly people are ready for a change, and we're ready for a change with James. But I think Matt Campbell has a good chance to have a running start. You're not playing Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, or even Iowa. So I think, he has a chance to hit the ground running.
Sometimes we see when these bigger programs, let coaches go, sometimes those coaches go away for a little bit, right? They go to TV, or they take a smaller school job, or, whatever the case might be. But James Franklin immediately goes from Penn State to not too far away from College Station. He goes to Blacksburg, Virginia, to take the Virginia Tech job in a state that he's dominated in terms of recruiting. And I just have to ask you, Neil, like, the success that Franklin has at Virginia Tech, his hypothetical success that he could have at Virginia Tech, does that affect the view of Matt Campbell at all, in your opinion?
It probably depends on how Campbell does.
Sure.
If he's 5-7 and Franklin is 10-2, there'll be people that. I mean, I think the best thing that Campbell has going for him right now is he's not Franklin, and most people. It was a pretty toxic environment at Penn State. I had never really seen. People would carpet at Joe about play calling over the years and be frustrated, with his offense. But last year, when they were down 17-3 against Oregon. I mean, this is one of the real palatial venues in college football. And I mean, that place had turned ugly in the fourth quarter. Fire Franklin chants. You had never seen a fan base quite turn that publicly. And then they rallied to tie the game. The fans got back behind them, and then they threw the game away, in overtime, with a brutal interception, which was kind of Aller's specialty. So people were upset then, and they turn around and really mail it in at UCLA. And then they'll turn around and lose to Northwestern. And when they were down against Northwestern, again, these chants started. So you had to, that's where I think Pat Kraft felt like, hey, I got to do something here to save this situation from getting even worse. So, I think that people will be watching Franklin, and he'll be watching them. I mean, if you've seen his comments, at what point is he going to turn his attention to Virginia Tech? I know he's doing the national media. That's what you do in the off season. You grant the Ralph Russos and all the national
the Mandels.
I get that. The audience, and he claims he was kind of blindsided and hurt, and so I think that's one of the reasons he's got back into it as quick as he did. People will be watching him. I don't know that they'll be really rooting against him, but I think Campbell. I think they landed well with him, but hey, everybody's going to compare.
Do you think? I remember following the coaching search, and it was a long coaching search, right? And I remember following Penn State Twitter, and there was a lot of animosity amongst fans, and a lot of animosity when it came to, do you keep it within the Paterno family, right? Do you keep it within the Penn State family? Do you go and out get an outside hire, right? Do you take a big swing for a coach, and then as the tea leaves were falling and all these coaches that were being rumored to go to Penn State were getting extensions to stay at their schools, there was more and more turmoil amongst the fan base saying, what the heck is going on? Has the fan base and kind of the interactions amongst them and maybe a media, has that healed? Has that recovered? Or are there kind of scars from just this entire long process where a lot of people, it seemed like, had a lot of opinions on what Penn State should do? Has there been healing from that?
Right, Matt. I mean, the feeling was that Penn State went out and got all these guys raises and were played. But I think actually Pat Kraft will be more on the spot this year than Campbell. Kraft went out on a limb. He fires James at midseason. He was on the verge of hiring Kalani Sitake from BYU, which was a kind of a curious fit. I think they got a better fit in Campbell, who grew up, with roots in Ohio and Pennsylvania, and they kind of got lucky there. So I think that there are people certainly watching. They're in the midst of a stadium renovation that will be completed by next season. But when you go out on a limb as an AD like that, I think that everybody will be watching.
Okay, final question here for you, Neil. Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror. You've been on the beat this will be what, your 49th or 50th season covering the team? 50th?
I gotta do an audit. Right about 10. Yeah, I started. I was on the Daily Collegian. I did about half the games of 1977.
Okay.
So yeah. Well, I've been writing about Penn State football almost 50 years.
8.5 is the over/under for the Nittany Lions this season. Are you over or under that win total?
I would probably lean on an optimistic pick at 9-3.
Okay.
I just, I think when you look at the rest of their schedule, they have Purdue, they have Rutgers and Maryland. They definitely have, and James is his gift. Was a soft non-conference schedule with Marshall and Buffalo, and they're going to Temple. So there's got to be 6 or 7 build-in wins. They do have Minnesota, which is typically competitive, and Rutgers and Maryland are bigger games for those schools than Penn State. But I'd say I'm going to pick around 9-3.
Can't forget about the Northwestern Wildcats, Neil. Can't forget about them.
That'll be tough because they're opening their stadium there.
Yeah,
and that night, and that won't be an easy game either. Right?
No, it will not be. It'll be a very physical matchup too between those two teams, as well as Northwestern's put a lot on that offensive line this season. Neil, thank you so much for joining us, my man. It was a great interview. Very appreciative of your time and giving us a great outlook on the Penn State season coming up this year.
Hey, thanks, man. Let me say real quick, the times I've been out to Nebraska, it's just wonderful people. I really enjoyed what Nebraska has brought to the Big Ten.
Thank you for saying that, Neil. It means a lot to the people out here, and we get that sentiment a lot. But it's great to hear that from you and somebody who's got it's a long travel for you to get out of here. So we appreciate that as well. We will talk to you soon, Neil. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Matt. Good luck.
Neil Rudell of the Altoona Mirror joining us here on Middays with Matt. Great interview there. Going to be an interesting season, like I mentioned before. Is this Penn State team ultra talented, in terms of talent and what they're bringing to the Big Ten? Are they at tier 1? No, they're not. But they're very fortunate to have an easy schedule where they avoid Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State, kind of the big three that unfortunately teams like Nebraska have to play all at once this year. Penn State gets the other end of that stick. They don't have to play them, and they have a schedule where they're going to be favored in maybe 10 games this year. We'll see how Rocco Becht, how he transitions to the Big Ten, and just that defense in general. Matt Campbell bringing in 39 transfers, 24 of them from his old school at Iowa State. All right, let's do some odd news here with Josh Oddson on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
All right, Josh. What do we got, my friend?
Are you ready for this? We go to Florida.
Are you ready? Let's go man and woman. Let's say both. Say both, because I always go man and or woman. Let's go both man and woman. Let's say there's an alligator involved, and some sort of body part. There's a alligator body part, man and woman, and let's throw in a Walmart too.
I was really excited when you said man and woman, but you didn't get anything else right.
I'm bad. What? By the way, Dog of the Day did hit yesterday. Did you hear about this? Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I actually only heard about it from you.
Thank you. Well, I mean, that's the point.
You got to celebrate your wins.
Day.
Yeah.
Yes. People have to know that I'm definitely not terrible at picking a dog. That's not during football season.
That's right.
What's the story?
When confronted about messages threatening death to a male acquaintance, a Florida woman gave police a bizarre explanation for her 3 a.m. texts. "That's just what girls do," said Tammy Baldino. Police charged that Baldino texted a 51-year-old victim, quote, "I will kill you."
Jeez.
And "I have a gun with a bullet with your name on it." Police recovered the text from the lady's phone, which she reportedly said nobody else used and of which she was in sole possession of. In addition to those texts, Baldino last month allegedly sent a different man, a different ex-boyfriend, a series of threatening messages warning, quote, "I have friends who will end your existence." And,
oh, my God.
Quote, "I know who you are." Of course you do. You guys dated. "And I will take a shotgun to your looser ass face."
Oh, my God.
Misspelled loser. A lot of people in a lot of different audiences not knowing how to spell. It's sad, really. And when confronted on the, "Hey, why would you send those texts?" She said, "That's just what girls do." Makes sense to me.
Yeah, totally. First off, when you said looser ass face, I thought it was like, wow, is she telling the guy he needs to get Botox or something?
Yeah, I guess. Okay. Like, maybe it wasn't a misspelling.
Yeah, maybe she's calling him wrinkly. Yeah, you got a loose ass face.
It's Florida. Get a nip tuck.
Hey, seriously, everybody in the town is getting some work done. How are you not getting work done? That's what some people might be saying. Yeah, this is one of those things where can't have crazy exes if you never have a girlfriend. And
that's what you're doing.
Yes, okay. That's what I'm telling my mother I'm doing.
Smart by you.
Yeah. This is just when everybody asks me, I'm like, don't want to deal with exes. That woman is crazy. It's just put it that way. She's crazy, and that's not what girls do.
Passionate.
They're actually, girls are way more thoughtful and clever when it comes to how can I make men jealous other than I'm gonna kill you. I think that there's a lot more thought that some women put into it, which I give them a ton of credit for.
We go to New York for story number 2.
New York,
where Taylor Swift fans bought a bunch of garbage outside of Madison Square Garden. Justin Gignac, dressed in a tuxedo and collected trash from the streets outside of Madison Square Garden after the July 3rd wedding of the century, and arranged the pieces into small sculptures encased in airtight plastic cubes. The trash collected includes cigarette butts, paper cups, plastic straws, scraps of fabric, an ovulation test kit.
Oh my God.
Plastic bags, candy wrappers, and a single AirPod. There's garbage on the floor after the party, collected from the edge of a love story outside Madison Square Garden. As close to TNT's big day as you could have gotten without an invite, he writes on his website. He said in an Instagram post that his manner of dress caused some fans outside the venue to confuse him for a wedding guest. But he explained all of his trash came from outside the celebration. Yep, definitely did. No way to authenticate it, no way to not authenticate it. You just got to take this guy's word for it. Hey, this is trash from the floor of Madison Square Garden. Somebody was definitely checking if they were ovulating during the TNT wedding. $25 for a garbage sculpture.
Okay, so I don't want to insult all of Taylor Swift's fans because there's many of them whom are normal.
Careful.
I think you know who you are. This is when Taylor Swift fans goes, why do we get made fun of? Why are people so mean? Why do people call us crazy? We just love her music and art. Blame this guy. Blame this person. Blame these people. This is the reason why you have a bad name, right? That this happens all the time. I see it with Cubs fans and Husker fans. They call out other fans and they go, this is why people don't like us. This is why people don't respect us. People like you. This is what I say to this guy. This is why Taylor Swift fans get a bad name, because of this asshat. Seriously. What's our final odd news story?
A Brazilian couple turned their love into Guinness World Records, into a Guinness World Record, by kissing 195 times in 30 seconds. And I think this could work for you at the bars this weekend, Matt.
Like, are they just pecking over and over and over again? Or
yes.
are they?
A couple kissed 195 times to break the record for most kisses in 30 seconds by a couple. The record proves, according to this Brazilian couple, that they are the best couple in the world.
No, it doesn't.
It does not. It does not.
They're weirdos. Yes. And honestly, that if I'm kissing 195 times in 30 seconds, I'm moving my head a lot. I feel like you could that hurts.
You
know,
get
that
concussed.
Yeah, or something like that.
You just got to go up to a girl this weekend and say, hey, you want to break a world record?
No, but you're going to hate what I've said at the bar before.
Oh, no. Did this remind you of something?
They go, you a broadcaster? And I go, yeah, it depends on how many drinks I've had. But yeah, I'm a professional broadcaster. Oh my God, you're a professional broadcaster? I go, yeah, I got a talented tongue.
Woof.
Middays with Matt on 1620.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
All right, if you're listening to our last segment, didn't really give a teaser this segment. I just kind of ended on something that sometimes I say at bars.
It raised a lot more questions than answers.
Just to rehash the phrase, we were talking about pickup lines at a bar, and you said that I should tell somebody that we should break the Guinness Book of World Records for kisses.
Yes, I did say that.
And I told you that I wasn't ashamed to admit to you that I have told women at a bar that I am a professional broadcaster. And they go, whoa, you're a professional broadcaster? That's what you do? I go, yeah. And then I go, I have a talented tongue. It's just, that is
there
true
is
to
again.
be a professional.
You also apparently have the cardio of Jey Uso.
What do you mean?
You're gassed.
I'm
I can
not
hear
gassed.
it.
I just sprinted back and forth. Something happened. I'm not that gassed. You got a text from somebody.
I did. My wife.
Please read it.
Did you hear what I just heard? I responded, I have no way of knowing what you just heard. She said, did Matt use the phrase talented tongue to pick up women at a bar? I need some data. What's the success rate of this terrible statement? My wife is very funny, by the way.
It's more like a Sex Panther from Anchorman. It works 60% of the time.
60% of the time it works every time?
Every time. That's what it is. It works 60% of the time, every time. Alex Sindelar says it's 0%. That is not true. I can tell you with a bullet, that is not true at all. It has worked. It has happened. Has it worked the other way as well? It did one time where person was like, I'm done with this.
So it worked one time.
No, it's worked. I've used it at least 4 to 5 times, and it's worked twice. And then what do we count as work? Because I got the number of the other woman. So it's really worked 3 times.
That's way too high a percentage.
It's a good line. And I'm a charming guy. Come on.
I'll meet you at your charming.
I'm a charming guy. You haven't.
It is not a good line.
Look, I don't talk on the radio like I would talk at the bars. Okay. The sometimes stuttering at points, slightly delirious and spitballing guy that you might find here can become a lot smoother at a tabletop. Okay. I'm not stuttering over who was the head coach of Rutgers in 2013 when I'm talking to a lovely lady at the bar. I'm not trying to figure out who the wide receiver who caught that one pass against Northwestern for Nebraska in 2017 was. I'm not doing that.
Your multiple different pronunciations of Creighton don't come back to haunt you at the bar.
The woman does not go, it's Creighton. It's Creighton. They're not like John on the text line. Okay. That's not happening. I don't have 37 tabs open trying to figure out, what happened when. I'm rolling with it.
Now my wife still listening. Thank you. Good TSL from my wife. I'll just read. I'm getting a barrage of texts from her. I'll read what I can. Some of it not suitable for air. Sex Panther. Dear Lord, now I need to hear what he sounds like talking to women. Smoother at a tabletop. Holy bleep.
What? Alex Sindelar.
She's calling your bluff.
Alex Sindelar says, famously single Matt McMaster, I'm a charming guy. That's why I'm single. That's why it is.
You choose not to be with someone because you're focused on your career.
Thank you.
That's the plot of many a Hallmark movie. But when Matt McMaster does it,
everybody gets upset about it.
He's viewed as a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm a loser. He can't get a girlfriend. No, I'm putting my nose to the grindstone. I'm trying to create the Alex Sindelar. I don't have a girlfriend because I'm trying to create the best content I possibly can for you. How about that?
That's what he's doing.
I do it for you. We have more text coming in. John says, say it right and I won't have to correct you. See, why, Why be in a relationship when John micromanages me already? Seriously.
That's what women like to hear.
I'm just saying, I'm not okay. Now if baby's put himself in a corner. Alex goes, your sacrifice is not in vain, but a woman would fix a lot of your problems. I would like to ask, what problems are they? What problems do I have?
Many a man has entered a relationship thinking he had no issues, no problems, he was perfect. And
I mean, you're talking from me.
Many women corrected that line of thought.
Brian from Bellevue goes,
so. Hi,
am
Brian.
I listening to Sports Talk Radio or a Dr. Phil episode? Okay, we will move on.
Why not both?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I never watched Dr. Phil. I only watched the comedian who impersonates Dr. Phil. Have you seen this guy? Have you heard this? Have you seen this? Adam Ray. He's the comedian who...
In 2026, people are still whipping out their Dr. Phil impressions.
He like dresses as Dr. Phil.
I thought about doing it and decided, no, it's too outdated a joke.
Do it. Can you do it? Do you have one?
Not really. It's just a Texas twang.
Well, can you twang for me?
That's the line you should use.
If I'm at the, what is it? The Palomar? What's that line dancing bar in Lincoln? There should be a line. Is there a line dancing bar in Omaha that I haven't found out about yet, by the way?
Guitars and Cadillacs is back open.
Is it officially back open? Because that's what I heard. I heard about it being back open. It's fine. It's totally okay. I am going to Lincoln tonight for the college reunion.
Whoa,
our second annual college reunion. So if people would like to, you can text us your favorite pickup lines, and then I will try and use them tonight, and I can tell you how successful they are. How about that? We can turn my night out into a fun game. Once again, me making sacrifices for content.
As producer and program director, yes to all of this.
Thank you. Very welcome. Let's go ahead.
Also, why are there sticky spots and drink rings on this board on the table already? Not from you. Right here. I see him out of the corner. Yep, right there.
You might need some coasters.
That's a great idea, actually.
1620 the coasters.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be sick. God. 1620 branded coasters.
Coasters.
Yeah.
You
know, I don't collect coasters, but I always...
You have a lot of them?
I steal coasters from bars.
Oh, that's a very 20-something thing to do.
If I see... Well, one time my buddy Kevin, he took 20 coasters from a bar, and he goes, here you go. And I go, you ruined it. I go, it's not about getting the coasters, it's about collecting the coasters. I can bring some coasters in here. We can do that better. Don't worry. I know this is a brand new car. We'll clean it up. We'll get the new car smell back. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. And I'm going to be, Matt McMaster did not make the mess I'm looking at.
Yeah, but we're now going to have a whole crossover about something that happened as to why I was winded when I came in here.
Because you were twanging for people.
I'm a twanger. I like to twang.
I'm a twanger.
I like Europeans. I like to twang. I have a talented tongue. I'm making all the content for this radio station right now.
All right. Why don't you talk sports to the people and I'll make some graphics.
How about this one? I'm the workhorse of 1620 The Zone. That definitely won't ruffle any feathers.
Were you wiring things at 3 a.m. this week?
I know. That's why I said it, to ruffle feathers.
I'm ruffled.
Okay, great. Make that a graphic too. Make all the graphics. Let's get some sports updates here. And then we're going to hit a break. There are important things, though, that we can get to. First off, Jamie Pollard, the athletic director of Iowa State, announced today that he will no longer be the athletic director of Iowa State by the end of the year. Very interesting kind of development, just because, Iowa State is the team that probably most notably at this point has had a lot of issues, a lot of public issues when it comes to dealing with this new era of college sports. He said that he'll retire in 2027, by the way. And, this is another, when Matt Campbell went to Penn State, like he had a very notable, very emotional kind of goodbye to Matt Campbell, being like, I get it. Like, this is just kind of where we're at this point. And so for him to be leaving and Iowa State not in a very good spot right now when it comes to financials is a very interesting development. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens to Iowa State in terms of how competitive they can be from an investment standpoint in the future. And now they're going to go under a leadership change. And this comes on the heel of, Penn State telling donors, hey, we haven't been able to get the guys in the NIL, department that we want in terms of going and getting recruits, but we're going to go ahead and, develop players better and all that type of stuff. But they're communicating to their donors, hey, we don't have a ton of money, to go and just kind of go over the top of people and just get what we want. And that's kind of at the point that we're at. And then Ross Dellinger tweeted out 24 hours ago, here's the letter from the Tiger Athletic Foundation that LSU donors received announcing the unveiling of a new financial plan for athletics that stands to quite possibly change the future of college sports. And basically, the first line, so I'll skip a couple paragraphs, but I want to read you the first line. College athletics is at a financial crossroads, and we are feeling it every day at LSU. It continues. The governor and the president are inviting you to a private event at the governor's mansion on Monday, August 3rd, Wednesday, or August 5th, beginning at 6 p.m. to get a first look at alternative revenue generating opportunity for LSU athletics that it's first of its kind nationally and could quite possibly change the future of college sports in America. It continues. Let me be clear. This is not an ask for money. It's not a fundraiser. It's informational. This is a conversation about the future of LSU athletics. And so LSU is basically telling donors, hey, we're kind of spending a little bit, like we can't continue this spending. We can't continue shelling out this money to get top recruiting class after top recruiting class the way that we currently are. And there was a very interesting article released a couple months ago from from Lane Kiffin, who, when he got to LSU, there was an expectation that the transfer portal class was going to be way cheaper and have way less players than it ended up being. But Lane kind of charmed his way into getting that $40 million roster. That's that big number that everybody is reaching for. And so it's, you're seeing more and more of these stories and more of these scenarios where, athletic directors are kind of moving on and maybe making way for a new generation of athletic director to come in and find new ways to make money. You're seeing these stories of LSU having to do first of its kind activities in order to make up the deficit that this very expensive time in college sports is causing. We read a story a couple weeks ago, Josh, about Louisville, right? We were back in the old studio, and Louisville once again was facing a $30 million deficit from the athletic department, just the same way they were facing a $30 million deficit the year before. Yet Pat Kelsey is spending a ton of money to get some of the best transfer portal targets for their basketball team in the country. And so we see this, more and more that teams are in athletic departments, it's getting harder and harder to keep up with the Joneses, to continue to be competitive. And that's the thing. There's just so much pressure within these jobs because it just seems like a lot of these athletic departments across the country are on the back foot. And if they don't get on the front foot quick enough, they're going to end up losing their jobs. And so there's a lot of white knuckling. There's a lot of tough decisions. And that's why being an athletic director in college sports is something that I would not want to do. Like, sometimes you'll ask like Congress women and congressmen, hey, do you want to be the president one day? And they go, hell no. That sounds awful. Why would I want to climb that ladder and be one of the most powerful people on the planet? That sounds like that's brutal. If you were to ask me, Matt, do you want to be an athletic director today in 2026? I'd give you the same answer. It sounds terrible. It sounds like it's not fun. And Nathan in the YouTube chat has a great point. NIL and the transfer portal is ruining college athletics, but NIL isn't going anywhere, is it? And that's the thing. Sonny Dykes yesterday had an interview with On3 and was talking about what he believes they need to do in order to fix college sports. And his answer was collective bargaining agreement. We need a CBA. Look at the NFL. They've been doing it for decades now. And it might have been Ari Wasserman. I forget who he was interviewing with, but one of the guys he was interviewing with On3 said, that's really expensive though. Like that's super, super expensive. To which Dyke said, it's only going to get more expensive. Like these are kind of the things we have to do. And, I think that the House agreement was one of those instances where, all right, we're going to make this agreement. We're going to give you a $20 million cap. We're going to make the clearinghouse. We're going to do the CSC. We're going to limit third-party NIL. We're going to get everything governed. And that's going to be the way cheaper alternative of doing it as opposed to having a CBA where you have to do insurance and a 401k and all that type of stuff and make players employees. That's way cheaper. And what has it done? Nothing. It's actually just muddied the waters even more. And, Dyke said something so brilliant where he goes, I feel like we're teaching our student athletes and our young players, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And we're kind of just, aren't we kind of back to square one when we say something like that? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Well, that's what it was back before you could before you could legally pay players.
I don't even know how to cheat now.
That was the same sentiment, right? SEC teams and the Southwest Conference teams, right? Well, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Well, now we're doing the same crap, but it's out there and it's public. And there was a great article today by Matt Brown. He does the Extra Points Substack. When we talk about FOIA, right, and we talk about getting the information when it comes to what teams are spending what on what, right, in terms of, how much is LSU basketball spending on their team? How much is Xavier basketball spending on their team? A lot of it comes from Matt Brown and the work he does in terms of getting these documents and, publishing them. And so he talked about today talked about College Football 27 and microtransactions. And so for maybe some people who have been out of the video game for a little bit, as a young man who plays video games, let me explain to you what microtransactions are and what they've commonly been doing in not just college football, but in a bunch of other video games. So basically, you have game modes in which you can play the game, right? You can grind the game and you can earn points, right? And when you earn those points by playing the game, you can then spend those points to make your player better, right? Or to make your team better. In NBA 2K, you have your My Player, you get VC. It's called virtual currency. You can upgrade your player so your player can be better and it's easier to win at the game. If you play a game like FIFA or you play a game even like college football last year, you can go ahead and you can play Ultimate Team where you make your dream team, your fantasy team. And you can grind and you can play that game and you can earn points and you can earn virtual currency. And then you can use that in order to make your team better. But if you want to, you could spend actual real life dollars. You can spend $20. You can spend $60. You can spend thousands of dollars, real life monies, as Dan Housen would say, to go ahead and get these virtual points to make things quicker, to make your player better, to advance the process. And this has been something that's been in video games for decades, for forever, right? Ever since I can remember playing video games. But if you didn't like that, if you did not like playing a game mode in video games that you had to use real life money in order to get better at, in order to improve your player, there were other game modes. And specifically in college football, this, EA's college football game, you could play an offline or play online or offline or whatever it might be. You could play Dynasty or Road to Glory and you don't spend any money. It's pure skill. It's pure time. It's pure pressure, right? It's just you're working, you're playing, and you're really as good as you want to be. There's no pay to win, which a lot of that concept, right, has been in video games for a long time. Now, funny enough, it's in college sports. And now EA has decided they're going to put these microtransactions, these pay-to-win transactions in game modes that no longer were, that did not exist. Road to Glory and their Dynasty mode, they didn't used to have microtransactions. Now they do. Now, if you want to pay to win to play those games, you can. And a lot of players are upset. A lot of players are furious because they find it greedy. They find that EA, once again, like they've always done for the entire time that I've known of their existence, is looking for more money. And Josh, you mentioned earlier in the show, people are now returning their games. They're saying, we don't want to play this anymore. We don't want to do this anymore. And Matt Brown, who broke a lot of this down in his recent article, which I encourage a lot of people to listen to or to read, wrote this. Still, I do think it is important for everybody, from video game publishers to athletic directors to small business owners, to remember that customer goodwill is not a limitless reservoir. You can if you constantly make withdrawals. I just lost the quote here. If you constantly make withdrawals from that bank of goodwill without making deposits, eventually your checks are going to bounce. If you constantly make withdrawals from that bank of goodwill without making deposits, eventually your checks are going to bounce. I could not put it any better. And I feel like that's where we currently are with a lot of things in life, but in particularly college sport. I've said this over and over again. Every decision I feel like the NCAA makes, and every court case, and every preliminary injunction, and every decision that goes against why people love college sports, it just chips away at people, and it chips away at people. And we start asking the question, when are we going to make decisions that actually are for the fan, that are for the consumer? When are we going to start actually making decisions that aren't deteriorating the game that we love? When are we going to start making decisions that aren't going to make the viewing experience of college sports better or worse? It seems like every decision that is made, it's just like another burden that you have to carry. But you love the sport so much, whether it be basketball, whether it be football, whether it be volleyball, that nothing can affect you, or it feels like nothing can affect you until it does. Until you're like, I'm done.
Whole lot of boardrooms in America today of people just out of touch with society that, well, we got them. They'll buy whatever we're selling. We know this number of people. We'll get this many downloads. We'll get this many units sold no matter what we do. So why don't we just try and make money?
The best example is, why did the NCAA have to go from 68 to 76 teams? Did anybody ask for that? Did everybody say that's what we wanted? Did anybody say this already great tournament we love so much, that is one of the purest things we still have in college sports? Did anyone say that it needed to add more teams to the party? No. Nobody said that. Nobody wanted that. But why was that decision made? Because the NCAA knows that they can do anything with that tournament. And it ain't going to affect you from watching it.
We got you. You ain't going nowhere.
And so
we're going to make as much money as we can with this thing.
EA thought that they could make this decision with microtransactions in game modes that
you people were begging us, big strong men with tears in their eyes, bring back the college football game. Bring back the college football game. I'll do anything.
And I know that some people might be like, is Matt really spending 5 minutes talking about a video game? I am, because here's why. EA is a massive entity. EA is almost like too big to fail in their own eyes. And they made this decision with the idea that a lot of people, at least in the NCAA, have made decisions by thinking, they're not going to go away from us. They're not going to stop playing these games. They're not going to leave us behind. We can do whatever we want. And they love our product so much, even we could piss them off and they'll still come back. This is a moment that I haven't seen in a while where the entity that thinks they're too big to fail actually is failing, actually is suffering, actually is feeling the consequences of their actions. And so it's very, very interesting to see all of this happen. And maybe do people learn from that and take lessons away from that? So there you go. I know that you talked about the whole microtransaction thing earlier in the show.
I had questions. You answered them.
That's kind of the breakdown. It's they thought that they're like you said, Josh. People wanted this game for so long. We could do anything. We could do anything. We had a.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it. It's fine. It's one of those things. They can do anything, and they're still going to buy that game. Well, they did something. They took a big risk, and now they're going to suffer. And the question is to be asked: what is the straw that could break college athletics back? Ooh. What is it? It doesn't even exist. I have no idea. I have no idea. But we will see when we see. If I'm being real with you, I didn't think there was a straw that could break the camel's back of EA college football. And yet, it seems like it kind of is right now. And it's very interesting to see. Let's take a break here. I have a prompt for us to answer. Here's the prompt. If you could replace one Nebraska football game, you could take away one Nebraska football game, one opponent that they play, and replace it with another opponent or another game, what would you replace that with? What game are you taking away, and what opponent are you replacing it with? Are you taking away the Oregon game and putting in Purdue because you want an extra win? Or are you taking away the Bowling Green game and putting in a Tennessee game because that's what it should have been? 429-551-1620. Want to hear your calls, want to hear your texts. Equitable Bank inbox. Equitable Bank, they take banking very personally. Always pick one the first ring. Matt at 1620 zone, Josh O at 1620 zone. I want to hear your answers. If you could take away, eliminate one game from the Nebraska football schedule and replace it with anything you want. Maybe you want Nebraska to go back to Notre Dame because you love that experience. You want to relive that again. Maybe you want Nebraska to play a team that they've lost to over and over again and show that, hey, we've progressed and we can beat this team now. I want to hear your answers. I have an answer for you. We'll bring that up next year on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, 42951-1620.
That's our phone number.
I'd love for people to call in this segment because I have a fun prompt. I mean, this is what July radio is about, right? Let's come up with fun little prompts that we can talk about, and we can have hypotheticals and whatnot, and how it might affect the Nebraska season, so on and so forth. So here's my hypothetical to you. If you could take one game from Nebraska football schedule and eliminate it and replace it with any opponent you want at any stadium you want.
Oh,
what would you do? How would you approach this? We have a text from Jasker Todd.
Hello, Jasker Todd. Thank you for your contribution.
He goes, this is going to sound really stupid, but here's a wacky answer. For a life experience, a week 0 game against Hawaii at the island. Jasker Todd wants the Huskers to take over the islands, wants them to go to Hawaii, and wants them to play on the road. I think that would be a dream for some Husker fans. I think there are some Husker fans out there that would love to take their trip out to Honolulu. That's the only Hawaiian island I know, by the way.
We'd paint it red, baby.
That'd be pretty dope. If you could take like your Hawaiian vacation with your family you've been dreaming of, and in between all of that, you go to a college football game. Also, that setting is absolutely gorgeous. I watch one Hawaii game on the island every year just to get the visual, just to see it, just to see the stadium.
The network always does such a great job to make sure there's plenty of B-roll of Hawaii.
They do. How could you not, Josh? How could you not have enough B-roll?
You know, I need a lot of B-roll. We're gonna need like a whole week leading up to that game in Hawaii. Just get the B-roll that we want. We got to do location scouting. We just want this to be a good broadcast for you. So.
All right, here is the expected text from John with no H.
Hi, John. No H.
You want to guess John's text here? Guess what John would text after someone said they want Nebraska to play in Hawaii.
I don't care where Nebraska plays, just win. Something to that effect.
He goes, why would you want to ruin a Hawaiian vacation with a Nebraska loss? John from Salina goes, we tried that in Ireland. But that's a little different. Like, that's the Aer Lingus Classic. You know, that's not like that's a neutral site game.
No breweries in Hawaii for people to tour and get lost in and not show up to meetings, allegedly.
Allegedly. Great points from Josh Hodson. I don't know. I think most people would tell you that a Hawaiian vacation and an Irish vacation are two very different things. Very, very different things.
Different, but oddly similar.
Steve goes, this is a great answer if you're not going from like the I want Nebraska to win as many games possible standpoint. Like, there are people who you could take this and go, hey, replace the Ohio State game with Purdue. You know, I want Nebraska to win an extra game. You could take it that way. Steve probably takes it my favorite way if you're not going to do that. He goes, drop North Dakota and add a regional Power 4 opponent. Colorado, already done that, so I'm not too interested in that. K-State, Oklahoma State, BYU, or Mizzou. That is the one thing that anytime I talk to people, because, like, you know, I'm somebody who Nebraska in the Big 12 is just it's like a fairy tale to me. You know, it's something that I
never lived it.
I never really lived it. You know, when Nebraska left the Big 10, I was like, what was I, 9 years old? You know, like it was something that when I talk to people about who were here, like you, like Happer, like Gary, obviously, when I was hosting the morning show, when I have great conversations with Tom Chattel, that's the one thing that just John Bishop even all the time talks about just how much he misses being able to go to an away game and be able to wake up one morning and say, I'm going to Ames, or wake up one morning and say, all right, I'll make the trip out to Lawrence, or, hey, you know, I can actually see the Huskers playing a home venue that's less than 5 hours away. You know, that is the one thing. And there's many things that Nebraska is missing from no longer being in the Big 12 and now being in the Big 10. But that is one thing that people always, that's the sentiment of, I miss going to away games. I miss being able to make a quick trip out of those things. And now, if you are going to go to an away game for Nebraska, it might have to be a flight. It might have to be a hotel. I mean, definitely has to be a hotel stay unless you're going to grind out, a 7.5 hour, trip to Chicago, or how long is it to Minnesota? 7 hours, 6 hours?
Yeah, six, 7.
Yeah. It's one of those things. People definitely miss it. Pedro goes, "Hi guys, I would like a home game against Missouri. I hated that cheap shot team. Take out the Ohio State game." Well, I don't know if you could replace a non-con game with a con game. You probably have to replace the Missouri game with a Bowling Green game.
We could do anything.
Okay. You can do anything you want. No Ohio State and Missouri for Pedro. I mean, every Nebraska fan I've ever talked to about the Mizzou rivalry just talks about how much they can't stand their fans.
I hate those guys.
I know. I haven't met one person here in Nebraska that has a nice thing to say about Missouri.
Now,
other than Lauren Michelson, who went to Missouri.
That was going to be my caveat. I was like, the people that have come out of their J school, like Chattel went there, right?
I'm almost positive.
Right. I know his kids have gone there in some capacity.
Positive.
Lauren, I'm like, I like those people.
I can't forget about Wilson Moore. Wilson Moore also went to Missouri. Also, Chase Madison, who works down in Lincoln at 10-11. He went to Missouri as well. I know.
It's a good J school.
I have to deal with all those mouth breathers all the time. All those toothless mouth breathers from Missouri, as often people describe them as. John goes, maybe, just maybe, John says, just maybe. John is just he's riffing here. He's not really thinking about this. He's just throwing things out there. John says, maybe drop Bowling Green and pick up a team like Tennessee.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's such an interesting concept.
Yeah, I don't know if people would go for it.
Take away the MAC game that everybody wants so dearly. Everybody wants it so desperately.
Now there'd only be 2 MAC games on the schedule or something. I don't know how many of these teams are in the MAC. Who's in the MAC anymore?
Not even Northern Illinois anymore. I'm pretty sure they're in like the Horizon or something. Juan Claude Van Layden goes, Mizzou fans, handshake meme, Colorado fans.
Yeah, very much so. I would do the Bowling Green Tennessee swap.
Obviously.
I like the inclusion of like a Missouri, a K-State, or an Iowa State instead of one of these just completely interchangeable non-conference games Nebraska has this season. Just you want gray, or gray? Good God.
Real quick. So the FPI rankings have been published today. That's like the Football Power Index rankings from ESPN, which shocking. ESPN releases their Football Power Index, their own personal stat that they've made, right, with their analytics. And the SEC just seems so dominant in their Football Power Index. Who would have thought the TV network that broadcasts the SEC thinks that the SEC is going to be dominant this year in terms of talent? So they released the toughest 2026 college football schedules. And I bring this up only because everybody talks about Nebraska's tough schedule this year. Would you like to guess where in the top 20 Nebraska is in the FPI toughest schedules this season? Would you like to guess?
I'm going to go not in the top 20.
Not in the top 20. They're 21st, according to the FPI. Would you like to guess out of the top 15 teams, how many of them are in the SEC according to toughest 2026 schedules according to the FPI?
12.
14. 14 of the top 15 toughest schedules according to FPI reign or live in the Southeastern Conference. Absolutely ridiculous. We have more people who would take the low ball saying Bowling Green. Or Tennessee instead of Bowling Green. Or this is a good one. Steve goes, what about Boise State? Would like to see Nebraska in the blue carpet.
I think people would make the trip.
I think that'd be a
that'd be a tough ticket to get because Boise State's like a dedicated school.
Oh yeah.
With lots of fans there. Like that'd be one that maybe they couldn't necessarily paint the town red.
It'll be interesting to see how many Nebraska fans are at Eugene. For the Oregon game. That'll be very interesting to me. Because
maybe we'll be sending someone there ourselves.
Maybe. It'll be a tough ticket to get. There might be the Nebraska's going to get their brakes blown off. I don't know if I want to spend all that money to go and see that happen. But at the same time, how often does Nebraska play at Autzen Stadium? All right, here we go. I would replace the Oregon game in Eugene. Okay? That's the toughest game on their schedule, undoubtedly, right? I mean, Oregon is going to be a top 5 team in the country. They're a team that people expect them to at least be in the college football national championship game. It's going to be on the road, on the West Coast, in a very tough stadium to play. I'm going to remove the toughest game on the schedule, but I'm not going to replace it with a cupcake. I'm going to replace it with Minnesota. I would replace the Oregon game for an at Minnesota game if I could make one adjustment. And the reason why is I want to see the redemption arc. That is the worst loss in the Matt Rule era. You could argue maybe Michigan State 2023. You could argue that Maryland game where they played 3 different quarterbacks. But I would argue with the momentum that Nebraska had going into that game, the confidence that they possessed, playing a Minnesota team that hadn't really beaten anybody and had struggled against opponents that weren't very good. The fact that they got dominated from bell to bell in that game. And they were they just looked confused. It was, we go back and we talk about like the Iowa City game in 2024, right? And how they just completely blew that game. But like Matt Rule and his staff aren't on the field there. Like they can't make the throw to Jalen Lloyd in the first quarter that would have ended in a touchdown. They're not going to make they can't go out there and catch the ball that Isaiah Nair should have caught. Like they're not going to go out there and make the right decision, unlike the punt return team did that turned the tide of that game. Like that's just their players making bonehead decisions, and part of that lands on them. But also at the same time, it's like, what else? What can you expect them to do, right? There's a give and take there. That Minnesota game was just equally on everybody's shoulders. Everybody was responsible for how bad that performance was. And it was a calamity to the point I haven't really seen a Matt Rule team take on before. It just, and also the quotes after the game too, where, people say, Coach, why are we spending this much time on Minnesota, right? The sentiment of like, you didn't take Minnesota seriously enough heading into that game. And just the strategy as well, in terms of Emmett Johnson is clearly the best player on that football field, and yet you refuse to give him the ball. Just everything that piled up in that game just put such a sour taste in your mouth. And, they ended up winning the next game against Northwestern, so that kind of cooled things off a little bit. But
you want to redo?
I want to reset. I want Matt Rule to right the biggest wrong that he might have made in his Nebraska coaching career. I want them to go back there and say, not again, not today. We're no longer going to allow PJ Fleck to own this matchup. We are going to go there. We've learned our lessons. We're going to redeem ourselves. We're going to go out there and we are going to beat Minnesota. That's what I would do. I would love, whenever Nebraska plays Minnesota on the road again, is when I circle that date and I go, all right, how much progress have you made? When is the next time they do that? We should know, shouldn't we? We should already. Guys, I love Nebraska football. I don't know the 2028 opponents, okay? I don't. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Next year it's Lincoln. So, okay, so 2028.
2029 or 2020 or 2030. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a real shame.
2028.
In Minnesota?
Yep.
Circle it.
At Iowa, at Michigan, at Minnesota,
if I could replace one game, I'd put Minnesota on the road because I want to see how they bounce back from that.
Hey,
I want to see the lessons they learn
schedule
from it.
Is nice.
Oh, read the opponents.
UTEP, South Dakota State, Arizona, at Iowa, at Michigan, at Minnesota, Northwestern, Penn State, UCLA, Wisconsin, at Purdue, at USC.
No way.
That's pretty nice. 2028
that is an easy schedule. Get to 2028, guys. Taylor to Taylor. Taylor to Hudson. Probably not. All right, let's hit a break. Quick segment coming up. Then Oscar Jacobson of Herd at Sports here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, quick segment here before we get to Austin Jacobson of Hurrdat Sports in about 9 minutes. So we've had some college basketball news. By the way, I'm joined by Osh Jodson here at the 1620 The Zone studios. Osh, how are you?
Confused. All of your stuff is different than our stuff.
Yep.
Hello.
Well, we're different shows. I don't know if you know that, Johnson.
Oh, yes, you are.
We have some news that's happened over the last 24 hours in college basketball. I want to get to very quickly. It's not necessarily news that's locally, but it definitely is pretty big national news. Marcus Spears Jr., if that name sounds familiar to you, Marcus Spears, who the former NFL football player.
Related
also
to Brittany?
Nope, not related to Brittany. Marcus Spears, also a very prominent figure on ESPN. His son, Marcus Spears Jr., is the number one recruit in the 2027 recruiting class. He's reclassified to the 2026 class. He's a 6'10" forward, and he is going to reclassify the 2026 class and join the Texas Longhorns this season. Texas already had an awesome transfer portal cycle this year, along with the fact that they have a team that was one possession away from making the Elite Eight last season. So Sean Miller in his first year made some big waves over in Austin, and now his bench just only gets better with Marcus Spears Jr. Interesting note with Spears Jr., his birthday is April 8th, 2009, if you want to make yourself feel very old.
I don't like that.
That this guy is going to be playing high-level SEC basketball, and we'll see what role that he has. But he has to play in college basketball for 2 years because he won't be eligible for the 2027 draft because of age restrictions. Same thing for Nikola Kirstica, who is one of the best European players, young European players in the world. He committed to the UCLA Bruins yesterday over teams like Kentucky and Michigan. He averaged 25 points in the FIBA U17 World Cup. He also, even though he's going to have a pretty big impact on Mick Cronin's crew next season, won't be eligible to be drafted in the NBA until the 2028 draft. So you're going to have two guys who both potentially could be the number one picks in the NBA draft playing college basketball for 2 years. So some box office stuff for the NCAA, whose talent pool continues to grow and grow, not only just from retention, but now reclassification from Spears Jr. and Kirstica making the jump over the pond. Real quick, too, notable news that could be local. We'll see how it pans out here. But an Ohio judge granted an injunction in an eligibility lawsuit that gave 24 men's and women's college basketball players another year of eligibility to pursue. They're allowed to go into the transfer portal according to this injunction, even though the portal has been closed for quite some time now. The NCAA made a statement saying the court's decision today is wrong, and we will immediately seek all avenues for reversal, including a stay of the court's order pending appeal. The court disregarded over a century of precedent and substituted its own. It's one of those things. Another week, another lawsuit, another injunction. If you don't like
another
the rules,
judge.
Yep. If you don't like the rules, find a judge.
That's true.
That's just kind of the rule of college sports at this point. I refuse to overreact to these things until they're all final. I've learned my lessons from the Bediacos and the Sorsbys and all of the likes to the point where we'll see what happens. But does this mean a whole slew of college basketball players get one more year of eligibility next season? We'll see if that happens. Let's hit a break. Austin Jacobson coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, don't forget this week's Zone half-off deals with Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill. This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Timber Creek. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves an unforgettable pizza with incredible sauces, fresh ingredients, and unique combination of bold flavors. Don't forget Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill, 178th and Harrison. Details on this week's half-off deal can be found at 1620zone.com. We bring on a man who came out of the bullpen last week and threw what people are talking about as a no-hitter in Austin Jacobson as he subbed in for me all week. I appreciate you from Herd at Sports. AJ, how are you?
I'm good. I'll be completely honest with you, Matt. I almost mistimed this. I'm at the gym, but we're out just walking amongst the public now, so I'm sure no one will look at me weird. We'll be totally fine.
What are you hitting?
Today is chest, or actually it's back day. It is back day.
What are the splits here? Are we doing you lat pull downs? Are we doing some do you do barbell rows? I like to do the barbell rows where you come by and you like sit down, you have the bar in front of you, you pull it back to your stomach a little bit, you bend over, keep that back a little bit, about I think like 65 degrees so you don't hurt it. What are we doing here for your back split?
Well, we started off with some overhead press of the barbell. Then we did some dumbbell incline bench.
Incredible.
And some cable rows, lat raises. We got a couple more to go. But I like spending time with you. So I was like, well, we're just going to break this up. We'll get a quick rest and we'll see what we can do after.
Be quick rest indeed. What was your favorite bit that you did last week on the show in my absence?
Oh, the topic alert day, my baby's first topic alert day was incredible because it was just the perfect amalgamation of just my brain rattling off as many things as I can run off.
Yeah.
And not having to prepare anything, which was very nice.
No, I would tell you the fact that you did a topic alert day on 1620 The Zone before I did a topic alert day on 1620 The Zone definitely does make me a little bit upset, just because I think that I also would have loved to have not prepped and just been able to rattle off a bunch of stuff. I will say your work on the Trev Alberts Texas A&M boards was a thing of beauty. It was absolutely incredible. I tell you this all the time, like privately, like I will get mad when like somebody on Husker like media like does something and I'm like, dang it, I could have done that. Like that would have been like a really good thing to do. So kudos to you for doing that. Once again, appreciate you so much for filling in. I want to talk about the topic you gave me yesterday. You were so gracious enough to text me. Let me go to our text messages real quick here. You asked me, #topic question. Who has benefited the most so far from James Franklin's firing? The first question I have for you is, why was that something that was on the top of your mind? It's just very curious that you were to text me that. And then secondly, what is the answer to that question for you?
Well, so what it came from was literally like a 1-minute throwaway line from Robbie and Damon talking about it. And I heard them discuss a little bit. I think they might have even like asked the question. They followed up a little bit more with it today. But yeah, I just heard it and I was like, man, I think, and you did a great job with it yesterday. I did get a chance to go back and listen to it just about the overall winners and losers. And you were right. It's way too soon to like quantify who the actual winners and losers are because we haven't even played a season yet.
Yeah.
But the easy number right now is Virginia Tech. But so much of it right now, and the reason my brain went to it is because Khalil Taylor committed to Nebraska almost primarily because Penn State has lost its complete footing in the Northeast.
Yeah.
And it's something I know Tim Verghese is very passionate about, and he's written a lot about too. And it's something I noted a little bit more after I listened to what you heard, because that's where my brain went first was, Penn State had such a foothold as kind of the strongest power at B in even that Boston area, the New York area. Like Penn State could go in and be the brand that's like, hey, we're kind of your biggest name and we're closest to your home.
Yeah.
And still fly home. Like, yeah, it's kind of a really bad airport to try to get to here in Happy Valley. But regardless, like we're kind of your best, pull to get there if you're going to be that next tier level recruit. Like obviously Penn State can compete with the Ohio States and stuff, but it seems like, at least in this 27 class, Penn State has lost a strong foothold, not only in Pennsylvania, but also in that Northeast region. You see Notre Dame, you see Ohio State, and now Nebraska has, tapped in there and gotten all of the top 10 recruits except for one for this 27 class, including Khalil Taylor. But then it's very funny because then you look at the next year and you look at 2028, and I think it's like 7 of the 10 are like very heavily swayed towards Penn State or have crystal balls towards the Nittany Lions. So it's almost like, okay, well, maybe just wait around and see. Maybe this is just an anomaly, kind of like Nebraska's 26 recruiting class being so small, that sort of dynamic.
And I also think too, like James Franklin going to Virginia Tech is not just like, oh, he got another Power 5 job right away. Like it really is a sting to a state that has been a great pipeline for Penn State, because the guy who created that pipeline, who owns kind of that pipeline for Virginia to Penn State, is now in that state and taking away those recruits from you. And I did actually catch up on, I did listen to some of your guys' interview today with Tim Verghese. And I thought that was, you guys kind of broke down like Notre Dame is really benefiting off of, going up to the Northeast and getting some of those prospects. And, one thing that Tim said on your guys' show today that stood out to me was people didn't think that would ever be open. People didn't think that would ever be something that they could cash in on. Your opinion on me saying Nebraska is a potential loser. I don't think you can definitively say Nebraska is a loser. Just once again, we have to play seasons, right, in order to figure that out. But do you agree that Nebraska has the potential based on what happens and how the contract extension plays out? Do you think they have the potential to end up maybe on the wrong side after the Franklin firing?
What's so funny is that I just happened to be on the Herd at Sports show, as well as I believe I was hosting for Happer at the time, the day before the Minnesota game. And that was at a Rule fever high pitch. If you remember, Nebraska had only lost to Michigan at that point. It looked like it was going to roll into that Friday night and take care of Minnesota. I think they were going to go to 5-1 or 6-1 at that point. And everything looked like peaches and Oreos. Like it was just going to be tremendous. Everything was kind of wrapping up. And I vividly remember asking the question to Brian Christopherson that Friday, hey, if Matt Rule wins this game tonight, he gets a contract extension tomorrow morning, does he not? And BC, I remember, was like, he was in the car on his way up. And he's like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like everything points that direction. You'd be bowl eligible again. Like everyone would be happy with the results of where you've been. You'd be a top 25 team, all that good stuff. So yeah, an extension at that point makes sense. So obviously the season transgressed the way it did, but Nebraska still kind of felt like it was petering towards a Rule extension no matter what. But what's funny is that then the Penn State fever picked up, and it was during that time, and everyone goes, okay, well, how do you keep Rule in house? How do you keep them happy? What's more important? All that sort of stuff. I think you were spot on in saying that, yes, it is too early to say Nebraska is a winner or a loser in this situation. But in terms of dollars and cents, I thought you framed it really well in just saying, yeah, they could potentially be a loser, because if you get stuck in a bad contract, it's the worst place you can be in college football.
Yeah.
No one wants to be on the On3 graphics that showcase you as you would owe this much money to whatever coach if they leave after the end of the season.
Top 3 Matt Damon movies for Austin Jacobson.
Ooh, Matt Damon movies?
Matt Damon movies, top 3 for Austin Jacobson. Also, too, I have to ask the question, Saving Private Ryan, Matt Damon is in it, but it's not really a Matt Damon movie per se.
And so that's my question. Is there's how are you going to quantify this? Because do you want the best Matt Damon performances, or do you want the best movies that Matt Damon is in?
So we are making a top 10 Matt Damon movie list next week, right? On Top 10 Tuesday. And I'm tempted to put Interstellar as 10 because I thought his performance was phenomenal. And I thought he portrayed the villain perfectly. And Interstellar is a generational type film, yet it's not even close to being a Matt Damon movie. And so that's how I approach it. Like, if Interstellar is 10, I think you can. I think that Saving Private Ryan would have to be in your top 10. Would it be like, if you're making a top 10 movies that he's been in, it'd probably be 1 or 2. So you can interpret it as you would like. I'd probably say performances, also adding in how long he's been in the movie.
Okay. I feel like number 1 for me, and again, it's so hard to quantify because it's hard to say where you would put him in frame of how popular he is in this movie itself. But I feel like number 1, maybe this is controversial. I think number 1 is Ocean's 11.
Wow.
I think that's my number 1 Really? I love Ocean's 11. But that's the thing is that in terms of Ocean's 11, he's really not the mainstay of that movie by any means. Like you could name a bunch of other people in front of him.
What, Rusty? Rusty would probably be the second most important character.
Well, yeah. So if you go down Ocean's 11, you'd go Danny Ocean, George Clooney, you go Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Maybe you go Terry Benedict and Andy Garcia next. But yeah, Matt Damon's either third or fourth behind Julia Roberts, depending on where you put her. Right.
Wow. Yeah.
And
sorry.
There,
I get Matt. I got Brad Pitt.
No,
I got Brad Pitt and Matt Damon's character confused. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a little.
Yeah, they're both eating me. Yeah.
That'd be a little too high. That'd be a little too high because Matt Damon's the young. He's the young pickpocketer. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He's the last person to join the group. Yeah, because I needed one more. Remember?
Yeah. Go back in there. All right, number two.
Number two, I'll probably go The Departed. And obviously that's not one that you can really argue. Like you could be like, oh, what a big ensemble cast, but he's critical to that movie. Like the movie does not work if Matt Damon's not good in it.
Number three.
Ah, man, the third one's hard.
No, it's not. No, it's not hard. It's not hard at all. It's not difficult in the slightest. Do it. Put the movie that should be in there.
Okay, so I'm going to go Matt Damon performance. I'm going to go recency bias on this one. You're not going to like this. I'm going to put Air. I'm going to go Air 3.
Okay, so over the weekend,
I'm not a huge fan of The Martian. I don't really love Oppenheimer that much. He's very good in Good Will Hunting, but that movie's just not for me.
Okay. Yeah, that's where you and I disagree. Good Will Hunting is my number one. But I agree with you. His performance in Oppenheimer didn't really strike me. You know, like it's a great movie, but I thought his performance on the scale of everybody else was kind of weak. You know, like I think Emily Blunt was better than him. I think Florence Pugh was better than him. I think obviously Cillian Murphy.
She was naked.
Well, but even the acting part before that, Austin. I agree with you there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I have not seen Air. I've seen a lot of clips of Air and him and his portrayal of Sonny Vaccaro. I would love to see that movie. I probably will watch that movie over the weekend. The Bourne Legacy. Are you a Bourne Legacy guy?
You know, I love the Bourne franchise. I think it is really, really good. But those movies got so watered down by the end.
Yeah.
And when you go back and try to watch them now, they were the precursor of a lot of bad movie traits now in action movies. And so it almost makes me cringe and be like, if you hadn't started this, maybe our action movies could be better now. But for the time, and even now, you can go back and watch them and really appreciate them. And the first two, I really, really enjoy. I think that they're fantastic. Like they're almost in line with me with some of the Mission Impossible movies and how I like them.
You love those,
but yeah, I do love them. Listen, Mission Impossible 3 to 7 are like, I mean, we're talking about some of the best of the best.
It's incredible how I felt like the Mission Impossible movies were getting better through 4, through 5, through 6. You know what I'm saying? Like it was getting to a point where I never felt like, they're making another one. I never got that way with the Mission Impossible franchise. Like Ghost Protocol was awesome. The Syndicate was awesome. What was it? The Dead Man one, the Dead Man or something like that. I forget what the titles in the movies are, but they were phenomenal.
I think you're getting James Bond mixed up.
Well,
James Bond,
no, I was going to say Dead Men Tell No Tales, but I'm pretty sure that's a Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
That's Pirates, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Mission Impossible stunt?
Probably him hanging off of the that big plane when Simon Pegg's character is trying to like open up the door and he's got to hold on to the door and the plane is taking off. I also like it when he climbed the Burj Khalifa. That was pretty dope. I do think the one from not the latest one, but the one before that where he had to hold his breath for 5 minutes, like in the submarine, that was pretty dope too. And all the things that he had to do in there. I didn't like the one where he had to jump off of the mountain. That one was a little bit overrated.
Oh yeah.
Do you like the early one where he's like hanging off a cliff? That's a classic one.
Yeah, but it's so early in the movie. Mission Impossible 2 is just kind of a dud. I mean, for me, it's just more of like not my favorite. Yeah. Now the motorcycle chase scene in that movie is really good. But outside of that, yeah, that movie's a little bit much for my taste. But I think the propeller plane from the latest movie is maybe the best stunt.
That's a great one.
Even though that movie is not my favorite movie.
Yeah, I I was very hyped up for that 2-part like series, and then it just kind of disappointed me. Like, this is a weird shout, but do you remember like Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 was kind of like a mid movie, but I was okay with it being a mid movie because I was like, oh, it's setting up for Mockingjay Part 2 to be this like knock 'em out, drag 'em out, awesome, entertaining action film that's going to tie this whole thing together. And it never was. And I felt the same way about those two movies. I was okay with Part 1 being mid because I thought that Part 2 was going to be incredible. And I never got that. And I was kind of like, all right, this is it. Like, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm cool with Mission Impossible being over. Let's go ahead and talk a little college basketball. Do you mind? Would you like to talk college basketball or college football? What would you like to talk about?
Oh, no. I'm interested in what's happening in college basketball.
Well, Creighton is, they had that open practice. A lot of people went crazy for Wes Enos and, his shot making ability. And there was a lot of buzz in terms of they looked fast. They looked pretty athletic. One person even came on this radio station and felt like they already looked more connected in the early parts of practice than they did last year, which, as you know, you do Blue Jay shoot around before every Creighton Blue Jay game. That was a big part of last year. Can these pieces come together and learn this very difficult, Greg McDermott Creighton basketball system and get it rolling? And it just felt like they kind of got stuck in the mud a little bit throughout the rest of the year. Your takeaways from what you saw and what you heard from Creighton men's basketball's open practice a couple of days ago?
So I wasn't at Creighton open practice by any means, but did miss that invite. But I will say I did get a chance to read our recap from Jacob Padilla, and then just poked a little bit of the brain of Mike Sauter just a couple of different times, or have heard him passing some different thoughts too. Listen, I don't want to give, anything that hasn't, been said by someone that was there, anything like that. But I do think that the biggest case for concern last year is exactly what you mentioned, that if there was no consistency and there was nothing that brought the team together in terms of cohesion, they were going to struggle again this year. And it sounds like from all accords, even from the jump, everyone has a more designated role and everyone kind of has a better understanding as to what this feel under the first year of Alan Huss will be, rather than trying to understand what the last year of Greg McDermott was. And although we got head over heels very, very quickly with the amount of money that was spent, the amount of dollars and cents, that the value of the players that came in, and also what looked like to be decent fits and how they kind of fit, I think we can all admit now that there were some times that maybe we overlooked the amount of concerns of just saying, okay, maybe we stretched our imagination a little bit about how easily these pieces fit together.
Sure.
I think Blake Harper was a big, reason for some of that too. Obviously Owen Freeman there too. You can even look at it like Austin Swartz, and he had that heater in the middle of the season, but then so many different times when Creighton was looking at itself in critical moments, especially in that January to beginning of March, end of January to beginning of March stretch, really from the UConn loss to when they finished up their regular season, there was too many times when Creighton was just looking for an answer of a bucket, and they didn't have a go-to person to go to. Now, Josh Dix was a great leader, and he was a great defensive stopper, and he should have gotten more recognition for that, but he wasn't going to be the person to get you the bucket when you needed it. Swartz was there in different moments, but they just were never consistent with relying on one person to get there religiously. So that's my biggest question for them moving forward, especially as they look forward to this next season, is who is that guy that is going to be your number one guarantee? And easily the answer could just say, well, healthy Jackson McAndrew gets you there. Yeah. And if that's as simple as the answer is, I think that they will be a lot better than they were a year ago. I think Jackson McAndrew, if he's 100% healthy last year, maybe solves a lot of the problems that they had, and those pieces fit a lot better. But because he was hampered and because he was out and could not make up for some of the other things that they were hoping that they could, kind of smudge on the chalkboard a little bit, this makes it a lot easier for you when you can say, okay, we've got a guy who's an all Big East, first team all Big East caliber player. Yeah. And he's the guy that can carry our entire program and make everybody else look a lot better.
This team makes a lot more sense than last year's team. Like just from a basketball perspective, you talk about roles, you talk about guys filling roles. Like they had to, in theory, to be a great team last year, had to be so spectacular in some aspects of the game to make up for their shortcomings in other parts of the game. I feel like they don't have to do that this year. Like I feel like if certain guys fill the roles they're expected to, then they're just going to be able to be a good basketball team, and they won't have to outperform some parts of the game in order to make up for some parts of the game they're not very good at. Real quick, before we let you go here. You garnered a lot of fanfare last week after your incredible performance Monday through Thursday. I'm afraid that might be slipping, though, because Alex Sindelar has commented in the YouTube chat, Austin, not a fan of The Martian. Why is he allowed to fill in on this station? That's disgusting, insulting. I need to rethink a lot of things about my opinion on Austin's character. Why are you not a big fan of The Martian? It's one of my favorite movies as well.
Well, so the unfortunate part with The Martian is that it is being rinsed and repeated. So it's probably not a Martian problem, but The Martian is having the same issue that Project Hail Mary will have, which I love The Martian when I watched it in theater. When I watched it on a replay, like at my home, I was like, oh, this movie's just not as fun as I remember it being. Like I don't know, it just doesn't sit the same way that I liked it when I left the theater the first time. And I haven't had the chance to rewatch Project Hail Mary, but I was like, a lot of Project Hail Mary, I loved it when I watched it in the theater, but I can already tell that there's going to be some things that I go back and I rewatch this and be like, oh, I don't know. Like, this seems like it drug on a little too long. It seems like some of these notes maybe aren't going to hit the same way. Maybe I'm just not in the right emotional state. And you know what? I'll give it credit here too. And I haven't had the great pleasure to meet Mr. Sindelar at this point, but I would say the same thing to him that I'll say to you right now and to all of your listeners on Middays with Matt, is that sometimes you do have to just remember your feeling of when you walk out of a theater and you're like, wow, that was a movie. It hit me at the right time, or it was what I needed at this moment. And you can always remember it for that. If you enjoy that movie and you like it for that, that's great. But if you're like me and you like to go back and revisit movies, sometimes your favorite movies have some blemishes. And once you watch them once with those blemishes, it's really, really hard to be able to see them again without them. And I think that's my issue with The Martian. There's too many times where I've went back and watched it a few and I just go, oh man, like, I don't know, this seems a little too strung out. It seems like we're failing too many times. And I know it's following the book format and all that other stuff, but there's just a couple of moments where I'm like, I don't know, it's just not the same that I thought it was when I first watched it in the movie and I walked out with a belly full of popcorn.
Austin Jacobson, notably not a fan of Andy Weir here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Wow. Thank you so much for joining Middays with Matt AJ. I appreciate you taking your break out of your awesome workout. I hope you get back to it, pump some iron. Hopefully, we didn't talk long enough for you to no longer have a pump, but I appreciate you greatly.
No, I appreciate it too. Sorry that I mistimed this, but thanks for making time for me, Matt.
You didn't mistime anything. That was a great interview. I appreciate you. Hopefully, we'll get you in on the stream pretty soon, too. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Perfect. Yes. Can't wait to see the new studio. Have a good one.
Yeah, me too. Austin Jacobson of Her Dad Sports. Good Will Hunting not in his top 3. Quite shocking. I do have to go back. It's been forever since I've watched the Bourne Identity films. So I probably should at least watch one of them before I make the list on Tuesday. I will have to watch Air before I make the list on Tuesday. Those are the two I have to get to. I don't think, unfortunately, because there are some Matt Damon movies that I haven't seen, that I don't think I'm going to be able to rewatch Good Will Hunting, unfortunately.
That's fair. Air for sure is good. I've never seen any of the Bourne movies.
Yeah, they're fine. They're kind of your prototypical action movie. And Matt Damon is very good in them. There was also the Bourne Legacy movie, and that was not with Matt Damon. That was with Jeremy Renner, which I actually do enjoy the Bourne Legacy film with Jeremy Renner. I don't think they made a Bourne. I think that was the last Bourne movie.
Wasn't there,
if I'm not mistaken,
something with Jason Krasinski too? Jim from The Office?
No, isn't that Jack Ryan?
Oh, that might be.
I'm pretty sure
Jack Ryan and Jason Bourne mixed up.
Well, then isn't there Jack Bauer too?
Yeah, that's 24.
Yeah, and then there's Alan. Who does Alan Rickson play? You know, that guy is the big buff dude who played the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle in the live action movie they made that failed miserably. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember the live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie?
The one from the 90s?
No. This was like back in the early 2010s. Oh, it was a disaster.
Definitely
it was
not.
Terrible. There was so many bad things that came out of that, even from a studio perspective. I think my top 3 Damon movies are pretty set in stone. But it's like where do you put, like, where do I put Interstellar? Where do I put Saving Private Ryan?
I would categorize those under performance and not movies, because they aren't. Like Interstellar, that's not a Matt Damon movie, despite his performance being incredible. Same with Saving Private Ryan.
He's so good in Interstellar.
He is so good.
He's
love that movie.
incredible in Interstellar.
But it's a Matthew McConaughey movie. Like, really, it's a Matthew McConaughey movie.
And Saving Private Ryan, same thing, is not
a Tom Hanks movie.
It's a Tom Hanks movie.
Right.
It's not a Matt Damon movie. So I don't know how we judge that, But like The Martian, Martian might be number one.
Martian's really good.
I don't know what it's. I actually, not to bag on Oscar or anything but like
it was a bad take.
I think The Martian is one of the best rewatchable movies out there.
100%.
I think The Martian is one of the easiest movies to rewatch. It's also too like, I love Thor Ragnarok because it's all about the plot and it's all about, like you're always on the path, you know where you're going, right? Thor Ragnarok is like, he's got to get back to, oh God, I'm blanking. He's got to get back to Asgard, right?
Asgard, yeah.
And so you always know he's on the path to Asgard and you know where the destination is, but throughout the journey, you get great bits of comedy.
Yeah, it's about the journey.
But there's so many funny parts of Thor Ragnarok, which is why so many people like it. The Martian does that, maybe to a lesser extent. Thor Ragnarok is more funny, but the destination is this MFer's got to get back to Earth.
Right,
that's where they're going the entire time. And yet you're able to add in those comedic elements throughout the entirety of each and every act. Has a super funny moment. And so I think that's why it's so, I laugh every time I watch it. And I also love that's what they did too with Andy Weir films, right? Andy Weir is the writer of The Martian, the book, and he's also the writer of Project Hail Mary, the book, which I read. Like, it's one of those things where there's a lot of inner monologue in his books. It's a lot of just the main character is thinking with himself or talking to himself. And I find it very interesting. You look at The Martian, it was all about him talking into the Hab camera, right? That's how you got the inner monologue out. It's kind of the same thing in Project Hail Mary. They kind of wrote the script or wrote the remedy for how are we going to get Ryland Grace in order to talk to the audience. It's through those kind of Hab cameras. And I think they executed that way better in The Martian than Project Hail Mary. I think that the Project Hail Mary will have a rewatchable problem. I don't know how rewatchable that will be. The Martian is one of the best rewatchable movies out there, in my opinion.
I need to watch Project Hail Mary yet. I know it just hit streaming, so that's on my list.
Jay Skurtag goes, I think not top 5, but Rounders should be on the list. It will be on the list. Also, too, talk about like most quotable movies. Got to be up there. All right, let's hit a break. Typically we do balls, but I don't want to put you in a bad situation, Nick, where you have to talk about something you have prepared for. So we'll talk a little bit about the MLB draft. We'll talk a little bit about a big event that's happening Saturday that would have been way bigger about 8 years ago. I'll tell you what that is coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
So while other companies might
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
1620 Zone is teaming up with the Salvation Army in their annual 7-can back-to-school program. Summer's heating up. Back-to-school season is just ahead, guys. This program is focused on giving children in need the tools to succeed for a brighter future. More than 250,000 backpacks have been given away over the life of the program. Those wanting to donate to drop off new school supplies from July 1st to August 3rd can do it at select Methodist Health System locations, along with select Salvation Army locations as well. You can find more details at 1620thezone.com. And while you're at 1620thezone.com, we have a plethora of different contests that you can enter to win your way to these concerts, such as the Black Keys, the Young Giant, Chris Stapleton in Lincoln, Motionless in White, and Bert Kreischer, who will be back in the Metro on December 6th at the Mid-America Center. Find all that and more at 1620thezone.com. Couple of things here real quick before we get to what to watch and dog of the day. Interesting quotes have been coming out all week from the Big 12 Media Days, which, funny enough, I don't think a lot of people knew Big 12 Media Days was really going on until a lot of these different quotes came off, including our favorite, Tortillos. But Sonny Dykes has been talking a lot. Sonny Dykes is, as you know, from performances such as I made a college football championship game and then got the brakes blown off 65-7 to Georgia. Had some very interesting comments in terms of the fact that, you know, he's spending $20 million on his team. He said, we'll be around 20 million, said TCU coach Sonny Dykes. He says, I really do have the best job in college football. That's the only negative. It's just going to be hard to get back to the national championship game with that. And it's quite incredible to realize that how quickly life can hit you in this era of college football, where you can go from beating Michigan in the semifinals of the college football playoff to playing for a national championship to then 4 years later, your quarterback is going to Indiana instead of staying with you and playing football with you in the Big 12 at TCU. So it's one of those things, too, where we've had coaches at the Big 12 suggest that we need to take into account how much teams are spending on their roster when it comes to picking them for the college football playoff. Here's a quote from Dave Aranda, the Baylor coach. He goes, there's all these metrics they have: home field advantage, margin of victory, injuries, all of those things. But the thing that they don't have is, dude, There are teams spending 30 to 40 million on rosters playing teams spending 15 million. It's the minor leagues versus the pros. Here's the thing, man. Like, if you play 12 games with a $15 million roster, and you make the college football playoff, that means that you've probably beaten teams that had a $30 million roster, that had a $35 million roster, that had rosters that were twice as much as you were paying for your players. And if you beat them, that just means you're well coached. That just means you got a great team. That means you spent your money efficiently when it comes to how your team performed. And so for people to suggest that at the end of the year, after playing 12 to 13 games of football, we should be taking into account how much your team spent in the preseason on your team is baffling to me. It's wild to me. At that point, it doesn't matter anymore. After you've played 12 games, why does it matter how much you spend on your roster? You already showed how much your roster is worth through wins, through quality wins, through how you played in the conference, through how you played in the non-conference. To suggest that that's now a metric, and look, I don't believe that the College Football Playoff Committee is ever going to actually adhere to that suggestion and ever say, well, we got these two teams with varying resumes, but one team spent $25 million more on the roster. We're going to let them in, even though the other team has pulled enough to also be in the college football playoff. It's baffling to me that a Power 5 college football coach would even suggest that. I mean, especially one in the Big 12, who, if we're talking about the comparisons of teams spending money, the Big 12 is going to be on the back end of that compared to the Big 10 and the SEC, whom they are competing against in order to make at-large college football playoff bids. So I don't agree with that at all, and think it was quite the foolish statement. Real quick, Conor McGregor fights on Saturday. Did you hear this? Did you hear about this? Did you see this?
I didn't know he still fought, to be honest.
Not a lot of people did. It's quite incredible how at one point this event, a Saturday night in July, Conor McGregor fighting, would be one of the biggest things going on in the summer.
Yeah, you would not stop hearing promos for that everywhere.
Like 3-4 weeks in advance. ESPN would probably be at the site of the fight doing a live broadcast, because Conor McGregor is fighting. That's how big of a draw that this guy was. That's how big of a deal he was. I mean, people
instead of Rockets versus Nuggets Summer League, it would be McGregor.
It's one of those things, Nick, where it's incredible to see that if you're a big sport fan, you probably have a Conor McGregor memory. Him fighting Floyd Mayweather, or him beating Jose Aldo to be the 145 champ, or him beating Eddie Alvarez to be the first ever UFC dual champion, or him, and his comeback against, Cowboy Cerrone. That was a massive fight. I mean, we're talking about draws in MMA. He is the biggest draw that MMA has ever had. And we're talking about draws in combat sports. He's up there with Mike Tyson, up there with Floyd Mayweather. And this might be his final match. And yet I feel like just people don't really care. People aren't really into it, it's just kind of wild to see when you're out of the fight game leaves you maybe before you leave it. So I wonder how many people will actually watch tomorrow's fight with Conor McGregor. Is something that gets late steam? Probably not. If he wins, does he recapture the glory from 10 years ago? Probably not. It's probably going to end up getting knocked out if we're being honest. So I wanted to mention that, something that I really like the UFC. I just have found this weekend entirely fascinating that the guy at one point who seemed like he owned all of sports for a good portion of 2 to 3 years is fighting tomorrow in what could be his last fight, and it just doesn't seem like anybody's really blinking an eye at it. We'll be telling you what you should be blinking your eyes at this weekend, what to watch, coming up next, along with Dog of the Day, here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Thank God it's Friday. That's what a lot of people are saying. We will both be taking trips, by the way. You're going to be out of town. I'm going to be out of town this weekend, too. Very excited for that. Should be a good time. What are we watching this weekend, Josh Hodson?
We're watching the World Cup.
Oh, yeah, we are. Today.
Any second now. Spain and Belgium.
Once again, I understand it's because of the European viewing experience, and they're going to go on at like 9 p.m. time for them over there. Mm-hmm. Still, it's like, this is going to be a great game, and it's going to be on at 3 p.m. And yesterday, I was watching the game at Foxborough, and there was like nobody was there. Like, it was like half empty, it felt like, which is kind of crazy for a World Cup game.
Doubleheader tomorrow, Norway, England, all these games on Big Fox, by the way. And Matt, 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Argentina, Switzerland.
Thank you.
World Cup game at night.
Who could have thought? Probably the worst one, by the way.
Major League Baseball, Boston. They're
playing the Yankees.
They're supposed to take on the Mets. As of 30 minutes ago, they were still in Chicago, though. So keep an eye on that. 6 o'clock tonight on Apple. 3 o'clock tomorrow on FS1. Braves and Cardinals on Apple tonight. Brewers Pirates on Peacock Sunday morning, and tomorrow at noon the Major League Baseball draft. The first 10 picks are on NBC, and then they shutter the rest to MLB Network.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I didn't either.
Yeah, White Sox have the first overall pick, one of the best young teams already in all of baseball. Apparently,
it's by the Red Sox.
It's a 3-man race. I don't know who the 2 other men are, but I do know that if they don't pick Rock Chalowski,
big strong man,
a lot of people. Rock Chalowski, by the way,
great
is such a good, but for the South Side of Chicago, oh, perfect.
WNBA this weekend, noon tomorrow on ABC. It's New York, Minnesota, Portland, Atlanta on CBS tomorrow. Sunday, it is a couple of night games on national TV. Chicago, Dallas on ESPN, Indiana, Vegas on NBC. Wimbledon finals this weekend. The women go tomorrow. It's a pair of Czechs going up against each other at 10 a.m. And then Sunday, it is 1 versus 2, Sinner and that German guy whose name I can't pronounce. Thank you.
I don't think I'm saying it correctly. That's just how I'm going.
You said it with confidence, so I believed you.
You just got to say things with confidence on the radio, and people will seem to believe you.
That's and people forget, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on Paramount Plus, it's Conor McGregor.
People are forgetting. People are just forgetting.
Go watch his new face get pounded in.
Yeah, that and his brand new leg made of steel that apparently, according to Chael Sonnen, human anatomy is not going to allow him to go to the 4th round.
If I kick you in the leg and
that's what he said. He's like, I go to leg of steel. If there's only one Conor McGregor. You know that song?
Nope.
No, it's not as good as this one.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
We actually are. We won.
Well, and 1 is not a roll.
That is a roll for Dog of the Day.
For Dog of the Day.
For relative success. Because, here on Nebraska radio, we love talking about relative success, not objective success, relative success. Relatively comparative to what Dog of the Day has been. It's almost like Scott Frost has been making the picks. That's how bad it's been.
I don't know about his gambling proclivities.
Yeah, I'm more so comparing his coaching ability, if it's anything like his Dog of the Day ability, which that kind of is equal at this point for me and him. Let's keep running with the World Cup goals. Do you remember the Belgian striker that I picked to come on? You don't listen to Dog of the Day? You don't listen to your own show?
It's not my preferred style of radio.
Remember Romelu Lukaku?
Oh, yeah, I do actually remember that.
Yeah, because it was a great name. I thought that's why you would remember. Romelu Lukaku, plus 338 to score tonight. Let's go with Lukaku.
You can't say that on TV.
Yes, I can. I mean, if Pat McAfee could say the S word, then I can for sure say Lukaku.
He has pull. We don't.
That is true. We very clearly have zero pull when it comes to anything going on here. So anyway, that was Middays with Matt. It was a great show, great week of shows. Today, Josh Hodson, to shout out to Nick Grimm, who was sitting in for the last hour of the show, pulling a little double duty, maybe some double pay for Nick Grimm after he did that, and everybody just starts shaking their heads no. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Austin. Thanks to Michael Severe, Tim Vergeese, Lauren Michelson, all the people who have joined us. Shout out to Neil Riddell of the Altoona Mirror who joined us today to talk about Penn State football. Appreciated him greatly. Appreciate all of our great listeners listening to us all week. We will see you Monday, Knuckleheads, here on Middays with Matt. UFC and the Crossover coming up next.